Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. May I have a mover and seconder to call the meeting to order, please? Councilors Fisher and Thompson, that the regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Springwater, June 3rd, 2026, come to order at 6:30 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Please join me in the singing of O Canada. Council, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest this evening? Not seeing any. May I have a mover and seconder to call the public meeting to order, please? Councilor Fisher, Councilor Alexander, that this public meeting of council held under section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 and P13 as amended for draft plan subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment SU 2026-001 and ZB 2026-004 by Jones Consulting on behalf of Pine Valley Elmvale Inc., owners of the subject lands, be called to order at 6:32 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Welcome to this public meeting of Springwater Township Council held in section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act to give the public an opportunity to express their views in regard to the proposed application. The first part of this meeting is to present the proposed application. Following, the public will be given an opportunity to make oral submissions through the Zoom application or in person. Any person wishing to make oral submission is to have notified the township prior to 8:30 this morning and been added to the commenters list. If a person or public body who files an appeal of decision of the Township of Springwater in respect to the Planning Act application does not make oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to the Township of Springwater before the proposed amendments are passed, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss all or part of the appeal. All comments and questions are to be addressed through the chair. Oral submissions will be included in the meeting minutes and form part of the public record, including the name and address of the speaker as information collected under the Municipal Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. The minutes of the meeting will be posted to the township website. This evening, ZB 2026-004, Train Avenue West, Pine Valley Elmvale Inc. I will now call upon the clerk to confirm the notice of this meeting and the dates on which notice was given.
Notice of this public meeting was mailed on the 13th day of May, 2026, to the owner of the subject lands and to the assessed owners of 21 properties in the Township of Springwater within 120 meters of the area to which the proposed application would apply, and to all persons and public bodies as prescribed under the Planning Act and its regulations. Notice was posted at the assessed property to which the proposed amendment applies at a location visible from Yonge Street South. Notice was also posted on the township's website.
Has the planning department received any correspondence in response to the notice of public meeting?
Correspondence was received from Canada Post in a letter dated April 20, 2026, from Rogers in a letter dated April 20, 2026, from Enbridge in a letter dated April 27, 2026, from Source Water Protection in a memo dated April 30th, 2026, from the County of Simcoe Planning Department in a letter dated May 8th, 2026, the County of Simcoe Transportation and Engineering Department in an email dated May 12, 2026, from the Township of Springwater Parks, Recreation and Facilities Department in an email dated May 13th, 2026. Bell Canada in an email dated May 13th, 2026. Simcoe County District School Board in a letter dated May 20, 2026, and Hydro One in an email dated May 25th, 2026. All of the pieces of correspondence can be found attached to tonight's agenda.
Thank you. I will now call upon the applicant's representative planner to outline the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment and provide their presentation.
Good evening, members of council and members of the public. My name is Brandy Clement. I am here on behalf of our client, Pine Valley Elmville Inc., to discuss an application that we have submitted to the township for their lands located at 5 and 6 Train Avenue West in Elmville. With me this evening also are two representatives from Pine Valley Homes, as well as the project engineer and the project traffic engineer, and certainly any of us are available to answer questions that you may have following this public meeting. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located on the west side of Yonge Street. They are within and around sort of the terminus of Train Avenue West. They have the right-of-way for Train Avenue West runs into the property, as you can see, and sort of ends at the west boundary of the property. They have a total lot area of 4.7 hectares. The developable area is 1.65 hectares. Frontage is approximately 20 meters, and that is the right-of-way for Train Avenue West out to Yonge Street. Subject lands are vacant. Surrounding land uses include to the north institutional uses or the high school. Further to the northeast, there's a second institutional use, an elementary school, and that's across Yonge Street. To the east, we have commercial uses that are along the Yonge Street corridor. To the south, there are agricultural lands as well as rural residential lands, and those lands are outside of the town settlement boundary. To the west are agricultural lands, and then to the northwest are residential lands. There was a past approval that was given to these lands several years ago with a previous owner, and that was for a draft plan of subdivision for a series of condominium townhouse units. Next slide, please. So this slide is the conceptual site plan slide. It gives you an idea of the layout of the buildings and where they are sort of situated within the property. We are proposing a total of 112 townhouse units. Within that, there are 88 units that are 3.5-story stacked townhouse units. So those are what you can see sort of in the pink color in the slide. There are 24 3-story townhouse units, and those are along the west side of the slide. Proposed density is approximately 68 units per net residential hectare. The stacked townhouse units are 1 and 2 bedroom units. The 1 bedroom unit would be approximately 65 square meters in area. The 2 bedroom unit approximately 87 square meters in area. The standard townhouses, the ones on the west side, they, for their smallest interior lot width is 5 meters. They are generally all 3 bedroom units that are proposed for a total area of around 169 square meters for those units. There are 2 access points to the development. The north access point is essentially the right-of-way of Train Avenue West. So it comes into the property from Yonge Street. It's 20 meters at that point. When it hits the property, we're tapering it down to a smaller road width. We are proposing that this be a private roadway internally throughout the development. There is a second access on the south side of the lands. That's a secondary access. It will be for emergency service vehicles only. So there will be bollards that will be placed at the lot line so that residents can't use this as an in and out. So just again for emergency services. The green area that you can see on the plan is an amenity space that's provided for the residents. There is a block on the south side that it is for a stormwater management block. And parking that we are proposing for the site is 2 spaces per unit for the standard townhouses and 1.3 spaces per unit for the stacked townhouses. Next slide, please. So the next 2 slides go through sort of the conceptual designs that we are proposing for the units. The top graphic on this slide is the 3-story townhouse units, and then the bottom graphic shows the stacked townhouse units. And then the next slide, please. So this is sort of a better graphic depiction of the designs that we may see there. Again, on the top is the standard towns, and then the graphics, the 2 on the bottom being the stacked towns. There will be colors that will be used on the facades that could include like warm tones, browns, grays, beiges. There will be a mix of materials that will be used, stone, sidings. High-level architectural details are going to be used on the outside of these units, on the facades. The standard townhouses will have a garage that will be located at the first level. So essentially you'll drive in and then you'll walk upstairs to the 2nd and 3rd floors. And then the stacked townhouses that you see, the 2 graphics on the bottom, they'll essentially have 2 facades. So there won't necessarily be a front and a back to them. The main unit itself can access from both sides, but the front will be the unit or be the access for the units on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So essentially you'll come in the stairs and then internally there will be access stairwells to the 2nd and the 3rd units. We will be proposing sidewalks throughout the development, so that will provide that walkability or that connectivity out to Yonge Street, to that commercial corridor, as well as around the development and then to the amenity space that's provided within the development. Next slide, please. So we've submitted 2 applications to the township. The first is a zoning bylaw amendment application, which is what we're here to talk to you about today. We're proposing to rezone the lands from the residential 3 exception R3-12 zone to the residential 3 exception R3-XX zone. And I'll get into the details on that in the next few slides. We've also submitted a draft plan of subdivision application, and this will divide the lands into a series of blocks for the townhouses, a block for the stormwater area, a block for the amenity space, and then a block for the roadways and the common spaces. Next slide, please. So this slide identifies the policies within the provincial planning statement that support the development that we're proposing on these lands. Generally, we are directing directing development to a settlement area adjacent to a built boundary. We are contributing to the creation of a complete community within this area, contributing to the housing supply in the township, all on lands that can be serviced with both municipal sewer and water services. The traffic network can support the traffic that is going to result from this development. There are no negative impacts to the natural hazards to the west of the lands. There's no negative impacts to any of the natural heritage features and functions. There was an archaeological assessment completed and there are no archaeological artifacts on the lands, and we are providing that active transportation component. Next slide, please. Lands are designated as settlements in the county's official plan, and settlements is where growth is to be directed. Next slide, please. So I mentioned there was a previous approval on these lands, and so with that there was a previous official plan amendment that was approved, and so that was OPA 59. That, you can see on the slide, the schedule, that designated the entirety of the property to urban residential special provision, general commercial special provision, and natural heritage category 1. So the lands that we're talking about this evening, the development that we're proposing, is within that urban residential special provision designation. What we are proposing, the housing types we're proposing, are permitted within that designation, so we are not applying for or need an official plan amendment. Next slide, please. So again, due to the past approval on the property, the lands were zoned as a residential 3 exception or R3-12, which was specific to that previous development. It does not permit the housing types that we're proposing as well as the development standards that we are proposing. So we are requesting a zoning bylaw amendment. The next slide, please. So the zoning that we are proposing is the R3 as sort of the principal zone, but then we have the -XX, and that represents some development exceptions that we are requesting, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. The open space -XX zone is proposed for the amenity space as well as for the stormwater block. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the proposed zoning exceptions that we are requesting. I'm not going to go into detail on all of them, but I will note some of them. We are requesting that the stacked townhouses be permitted as a use. We are requesting some variations to some of the setbacks. We're asking for an increase in lot coverage for both of the standard towns as well as the stacked towns. For the stacked townhouses, we're asking for an increase in height from the 11 meters to 11.6 meters. And the stacked townhouses is where we're asking for that exception to the parking provision to allow for 1.3 spaces per dwelling unit. The next slide, please. So there were a number of supporting studies that were submitted with the application in support of the application, and they're identified on the slides. Certainly they're available in the township offices if anybody would like to go and look through these studies and reports. Next slide, please. So just to give you a very high level of the site servicing that will be available for the property, the water service will be provided through an extension of services along Train Avenue. Fire protection will be provided by 4 fire hydrants that are proposed throughout the development. Sanitary sewer services will be provided through an extension along Train Avenue as well. And stormwater servicing will be provided through an underground storage tank system that will be in that block that I mentioned. And that will be for quantity control. For quality control, there'll be an oil grit separator, and there will be an outlet into the Wye River. Next slide, please. In terms of the traffic conclusions through the traffic impact study that was completed, the north access will operate efficiently as the main access. The south access will operate efficiently as the secondary access for emergency services vehicles. The site distance for both of these egress points is sufficient along Yonge Street. An intersection pedestrian signal is warranted along Yonge Street south of Robinson Road. The parking supply, this was reviewed, the parking that we're proposing, this was reviewed in the traffic study and it was determined to be sufficient for this development. In summary on that, the local transportation network can accommodate the additional traffic that would be generated from the development. And then the next slide, which is the last slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposed application is consistent with the applicable policies of the provincial planning statement. The application conforms to the applicable policies of the county and the township's official plan. The proposed densities are appropriate for this location and for this area of the lands and introduces additional housing typologies to the township. The application facilitates residential units on a site that's within the settlement boundary, that's adjacent to the built boundary, on lands that have been previously approved for development. The development will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. It will utilize existing municipal services efficiently. It will avoid negative impacts to the natural hazard and natural heritage features. And in my professional planning opinion, the zoning bylaw amendment application represents good and desirable planning for the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I will now call upon our moderator to provide the number of people who have registered to ask question or make comment regarding this application.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There are no members of the public who have registered to make an oral submission.
Thank you. Are there any individuals who are present this evening who would like to make a submission or comment? Not seeing any. Before I do move to council comments, I'm just going to take a quick minute. Deputy Cabral, you had requested a mic check.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, good. It wasn't working on mine, but if you can hear me, we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions or comments regarding this application? Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you, Ms. Clement, for being here this evening. I do have a few points that I wanted to touch upon, and I might not throw them all at you at once, but just thinking about some of the high-level concerns. When I initially reviewed this plan, and again, it's great to see something coming forward for this area. First, I'll talk about the positives. We know it's something I hear often from folks in the community who want to age in place in the community, who want to downsize, who want an opportunity to remain in Springwater and in the Elmvale area, but maybe this type of housing isn't available or as readily available. So it's absolutely positive to see that. My concerns are from a traffic perspective, and I understand the studies have been completed. As somebody personally who travels this roadway daily, multiple times a day, often waiting in line for Tim Hortons there, it's busy. It's busy from a school perspective, understanding that, as you noted, there's two institutionally zoned schools just abutting the property. Obviously, there is a brand new commercial plaza that is located right near this property, the busy Tim Hortons, and then another commercial plaza. So it is quite a packed in area. So from the fact, also understanding that train east and west don't connect straight on, which also creates challenges, I'm assuming, from a intersection perspective, should there be lights warranted. Understanding it's not an easy process, and by no means does anyone else want to sit in traffic and wait for more lights. I can almost see it as impossible trying to make a left out of this development, or vice versa, a left into it. Also from a traffic perspective, understanding that because of the the commercial plazas in the area, all three of them, I feel as if a lot of that visitor parking is automatically just going to become overflow to a lot of these businesses. And we know even if you put up signs, people would have to read the signs to be able to actually follow those rules. So I can see the 34 visitor parking spaces for the 112 units as a potential concern. So understanding those high level parking items, and I know the studies have been completed. Could you just speak to that, or one of your team members, please? Thank you.
I'll ask our traffic engineer to come up, but in terms of the parking along Train Avenue, yeah, that was certainly something that we discussed even with staff at the pre-consultation meeting. And we would be fencing that area, so I don't think it would be overly convenient for somebody to, park and then walk around the fence because the property boundary would be fenced. So we're hopeful that that wouldn't be the case, but I recognize your concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the questions. I think there's a lot of great questions in there. So I'll start with the parking one. So for the visitor parking, you're right, it's difficult to control visitor parking. So we want to make sure visitor parking meets the demand. When you have resident parking, if you can drop resident parking along with clear communication and monitoring, then resident parking can come down without issues on the overflow to adjacent areas. But for the visitor parking, you want to make sure you've got enough supply there to accommodate the typical demand that's coming in. And so with 0.3 parking spaces per unit, we looked at other, we've certainly done a lot of parking studies for visitor parking for this similar type of townhouse development. And in our experience, it's significantly lower than 0.3 spaces per unit. And in addition to that, I would say that there's many different municipalities that have visitor parking rates that have been used for a long time that are 0.25 spaces per unit. So this is even higher than kind of some other municipalities that are similar to Springwater that have that visitor parking rate. So to me, I'm quite confident that the 0.3 spaces per unit for visitor parking will address the supply side for that residential visitor parking. Yeah.
And to your discussion before I do go to follow on, the comparators that were used for the information on parking and parking spaces was transit readily available. Right now we rely on a Lynx bus, but we are a car township, and to see to see residents with no parking at their actual residence. And then I'm just picturing people parking out front, unloading groceries, and then maybe not moving the car after they've unloaded the groceries. So I'm just curious if the comparators had equitable transit or how that came to terms.
Yeah, for sure. So that's definitely one of the things we look at to make sure the development density in the area, the access to transit, and like proximity to other amenities are similar. So that's when we're looking at it, we make sure that they're similar to that. So yeah, we believe the proxy municipalities that we looked at had that. We're not comparing to Toronto or Mississauga or something like that. We're picking ones that we feel are appropriate and have similar levels of transit and active transportation and access to community centers or commercial centers close by within sort of walking distance, which is one benefit that this site has, that it's not a long way compared to other sites from commercial sites and a variety of schools and parks, that sort of thing. So.
Follow on, Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And then just further back to the intersection of Train, or sorry, I guess that would be Yonge and Train there, east and west. Can you speak to, again, the data that derived from those studies regarding the need for not to have a signalized intersection? And then a bit about as well, I know there was noted a pedestrian crossing.
Right, thank you. So there is an offset between the two Train Avenue intersections, which is unfortunate. I mean, ideally you have those lined up for sure. We're connecting into an existing right of way. So, if this was greenfield development, we would certainly not recommend them to be offset, but because they are offset, we had to kind of look at it from that perspective to see how it would operate with the offset that's kind of there and that we have to deal with. And there's also driveways on either side that make it challenge to shift it either way as well. So we're sort of, locked into that position. So we had to look at, how does that operate? And the good thing about this offset is it's, like a left-hand offset. So if you're standing at one intersection, the offset is to the left hand. And so the benefit of that is if you're making a left out of your site and if you're going to go out of Train Avenue, out of the site into the Train Avenue cross, you're making, you're going to be making a right turn into there. There's a more of an issue if it's offset the other direction where you pull out and then you're going to make a left turn after that. So you might pull out and then have to wait there as cars come past. So it's someone who's pulling out and stopping right in the middle of the road. So that's where there's a big issue with the safety with an offset intersection, or that's one of the issues. The other component of that is to see how much traffic we think is going to be traveling through that intersection. So based on the origin destinations from our site and over in that area, we're not expecting a lot of traffic to be traveling through in either direction. We're hoping that with the pedestrian crossing and active transportation infrastructure, that residents from that area, if they're walking to the school, that they'll be walking to the school or vice versa. So there shouldn't be a lot of traffic traveling through that intersection, but we do see it as happening in a single movement through that intersection, not a two-part movement to get through there. So that's usually where the offset safety concern comes in. And yeah, our traffic impact study looked at existing traffic volumes, future traffic projections, and the other planned developments in the area. And we looked at the traffic volumes along Yonge Street with the traffic counts that were completed and did the analysis. And traffic signals are not currently warranted at that location. But we're certainly, we haven't had comments back from the township, but that was our position from the report. Yeah.
Yeah, follow on, and then I do have Councillor Fisher and Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you for that information. I appreciate it. Again, this stretch of road has been something that, personally I hear about from quite a few residents actually. Later on this evening, I have part of a motion to hopefully designate this area a school zone. So again, it is of concern and I believe, again, warrants those concerns. Now, again, my last comment, more a comment, not a question, understanding that the studies have been completed. Again, my worry is today, as it is challenging to even make a left off of Train East on a good day. And again, also with the fact that the Tim Hortons is located at 68 Yonge, there's times where there's vehicles lined on the shoulder on Yonge Street, down blocking Train Avenue West, and even further than 58 Yonge Street, which is the commercial plaza next to it. So I don't know when the studies were done. Might have been a quiet day in the drive-through there, but again, I see it daily there. So my concern is, again, you're going to have that outflow of traffic onto Yonge Street from the various commercial plazas there, especially with the Tim Hortons, and then you're gonna have vehicles trying to turn in left and right into Train Avenue West. So just highlighting some of those concerns. I have lots of other comments, but I'll let others go.
Councillor Fisher?
Thank you. First off, I thank you for your local knowledge because it's something I wouldn't have known, Councillor Garwood. Through you to Director Russell, I just wondered if you could speak to the the previous application and approval and the sheer number of units to this new revision and just the contrast between the units. And it seems to me like there's a large escalation on the property. So if you could speak to that for me.
Director Russell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council, my understanding is the previous approval was done by way of an official plan and zoning amendment with the plan for a condo development similar to this proposal. I believe the number of units there was 68 off the top of my head, but I can double check that for you if you'd like, but I believe it was about 68 units.
Follow one?
Sorry, how many units in total would we be looking for now?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe it's 112 is the number we heard tonight.
Correct.
Final comment, it just seems like a large increase to me on the same period property, and I think it would be seems like a lot of strain on the local community. But
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Coghlan. And thank you for your presentation. For somebody who is down more south of the township, we have some similar development, and I can tell you from experience what I hear about most. And I was really glad to see that you've incorporated visitor parking, because I hear an awful lot about parking. I'm curious to know, and I couldn't tell from the map, how far apart the visitor parking is, say, from the back of the subdivision, for starters. And then also, when you've got a sidewalk in front of the development, it takes away from parking. And I know the second parking spot is supposed to be in the garage. We have these very large bins for garbage, and people find themselves in a position where they're not able to park in the garage. So vehicles are often too large and extend past the sidewalk. So I'm just telling you sort of what I hear about most. Also, winter parking. So we're not allowed to park on the street in the winter. And with this many homes, I don't know that 30 or so visitor parking spots all in one location would be best use and be most appropriate then for people to be able to use. Sorry, yeah, if you could just answer, sorry, where the locations are for me,
Sure.
that would be helpful.
I don't, to be honest, I'm not sure we've sort of sat down and figured out where the visitor parking would be. My guess would be it would be a little bit more sporadically placed around the stacked units, because to just, have them all off on one area might not make sense. Now, I know that there would be a concentration right when you come in on that, I guess, south side, just the nature of the way that strip of land is. But yeah, I mean, for the stacked townhouse units, it would be something that the condo development or the condo corp would sort of space out themselves. But to me, that would make more sense, and I've certainly written your comment down. In terms of the standard towns, yes, you're right. They've got the driveway and then they have their parking spot in the garage. That right now, and again, as was mentioned by John, we don't yet have the Public Works comments, but that side isn't proposed to have a sidewalk where those towns are. So there shouldn't be an impediment from the sidewalk that you sometimes do see where things hang over it. So there should be ample space in the driveway as well as then the parking space in the garage for those units. Was there something else I missed?
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. No, that's fine. I appreciate the answer, but I also had another question about setbacks. So you mentioned that you would be asking for an amendment to the setback. What is it that you were asking for exactly, so that I didn't have to sift through all that? Sorry.
Yeah, I had it on the slide and I honestly am not sure. I'm sorry, I don't, oh, I did bring a copy
Thank
of
you.
my presentation. So what we're asking for is, do you want me to go through them all in detail or?
Really, I'm just
Okay.
really interested in the setback piece,
Well, it's
and there's
a-
a lot on there.
It's a reduction in all of the setbacks. And so for example, for an interior side yard for the standard townhouses, the zoning right now permits 1.8 and we are asking for 1.2. For the rear yard, so this is a bad example, the rear yard, because it's typically 7. We have about 2 lots, and this again is those standard towns on the west side. We have about 2 lots where the developable area from the river, the EP sort of setback juts in quite a bit. And so we're requesting for overall a rear yard of 1.25, but it's mainly because of sort of those 2 lots. So that could certainly be something we'd look at, and maybe it's just specific to a couple of the lots. Increased lot coverage from 60% to 70%. Lot frontages were approved to be 5.2 on the last development. We're asking for 5. So that is for, those are just kind of the high level ones for the standard towns. There isn't an equivalent like this, the zoning bylaw for the township doesn't have a stacked townhouse bylaw or development standards, if you will. So we're kind of just recreating or creating them all with our request. It's not really anything to compare them to.
Follow on?
Thank you so much. And just to add to the increase in lot coverage, also something that I've experienced in the south, when people decide that they want to make improvements to their backyards. We run into trouble if we've got such a high percentage of lot coverage that they cannot put in an in-ground pool. They cannot make or build a large deck. So just information that we need to share if it moves forward, that that will be prohibitive to some people, and they need to know it before they purchase. Thank you.
Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And I'm glad Councillor Moore brought up the setbacks because that was one of my questions as well. I had highlighted specifically focusing on the front yard, understanding the rear yard. There are those, I've circled them on a little map here, but there are those specific areas of concern. One of my main concerns, understanding that it is condo space, so I know that it's not the municipality that is clearing away the snow. But where I do have concern is the fact that when a front yard goes from 6 meters to 4.3 meters, for example, that just means there's less place to put that snow. Elmville has been a bit of the center of the world from a snowstorm perspective the last 3 years, and we've been hit very hard. Our public works team would be able to speak to that in depth. I have much more than 4.3 meters in my front yard, and it's there's nowhere to put the snow. So again, those are the concerns that I have. I understand that snow would be required to be trucked away, a portion of it. Again, the reality is we still get the phone calls. So I'm not trying to sound negative by any means, but when residents have those concerns, they're turning to the municipality to be their support, regardless of the type of road they live on, because they might not know. And that's fair. They're not getting into those details. So that is absolutely a concern I had. But a second one, kind of adjacent as well to the frontage of the properties, is also from an emergency services perspective. Understanding the road width as well, because it is a condo road, the roads are narrow, and our fire truck, for instance, I understand when at certain points when it is extended to be set up, it's actually would be larger than the road that would be put in here. So therefore, we are now impacting private property that's not publicly accessible. So anyway, if we can maybe speak to a bit of those 2 concerns, and once that's done, I have another one.
Ms. Clement?
I'll do the snow storage.
Sure, yep.
Yes, thank you for the snow storage. You're right, it will be trucked off site because it's a condo and it's private. And during site plan, we will certainly be identifying our areas of snow storage. We have done that and feel that there are an appropriate amount of locations where snow could be pushed if there is a time frame when things haven't been quite trucked off site. But I appreciate your comments and I have written those down. Thank you. I'll let John answer the other question.
Yeah, for the road width component, we spoke to the deputy fire chief and understand the concern. So it's when the fire truck itself isn't 6 meters wide. The fire truck is a normal width of a truck, but when it has the stabilizing pads that go down, it becomes wider. And so it's not. So at that time when the stabilizing pads go down, it's a little under 6 meters in width with those stabilizing pads. So that's 6 meters. 6 meter width of a road is the building code requirement for the width of a fire lane. But I understand that there may be driver experience for the fire trucks that may play into it, being able to hit that fire truck right in the middle of the road in order to allow for the space on either side. So we understand that. In my opinion, there may be an opportunity to widen it slightly. I think my concern is widening it significantly. There's an efficiency of having that road at that width. If you widen it further, then people are going to tend to try to park on that road. So if it's at a spot where you can't, it's very clear that it's no parking on that road. If you make it a wide width and then try to not allow people to park on it, then that becomes a challenge too. So if you have in the city of Barrie, for example, they have 8.5 meter wide roads. They have parking on one side because that's typically what people see. So when you have that, you lose that 2.5 meters and you have 6 meters left. So
Follow on?
Thank you for that. I appreciate the answer from both. And again, I think what it comes back to for me is I can tell you what our minimum maintenance standard is, because obviously it's something that we have to abide by across the municipality, and our staff does a great job at that. I can't speak to what's going to occur here. And again, my concern is that we're providing a potential promise to future homeowners here in the community. Snow doesn't get picked up, it doesn't get carted away. There's a massive storm, which we've had, which again is not abnormal. I know it sounds maybe silly to sit here and talk about one storm a year, but the reality is we have had those significant weather events 3 years in a row where the community is literally shut down. So I think that needs to be a larger part of our conversations when we are going through these type of proposals. But again, back to the setback piece, I do believe we need to remain firm on that 6 meter setback. Again, that is a concern of mine, but I'm happy to continue to have those conversations. My last point that I wanted to make was the community amenity area, which is the green space on the map that was provided. Understanding because this is a condo corp, this is a private space. Do I have that correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. So because it is a private space, I guess from a township perspective, how does that work regarding parkland? Understanding it's not considered parkland because it would be a private amenity. So therefore, this development would not be contributing to parkland as a whole across the community. So would there be a cash in lieu portion that is occurring from this type of a development?
Director Russell?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Through you, we would be looking for a cash in lieu contribution here. Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Garwood?
Thank you. And just final comment on that. I appreciate that, Director Russell. Thank you. In my perspective, that would be at the minimum. Again, I still see this as, well, it is great to have that probably beautiful space. Obviously, it's very specific for those that live there. Also, respecting the fact that there isn't another municipal park in this adjacent area, understanding as well as we continue to grow our communities and add more residents to them, more people are utilizing our municipal services, parks especially. So it's an absolute must in my perspective that that contribution is made if this is not going to be a public park. So those are my comments for now. I might have some more, but I know how to get in touch with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just before I go to the deputy mayor there, I think that this type of housing our council has gotten really excited about across the township. My personal opinion is that this is just too much in one location. I think that our residents do want this type of housing available. I just see the parking becoming an issue. It would be great if we were more transit friendly in the area, but to suggest that there's not going to be more than 2 cars. I know that kids may leave for university, but then they come home, and sometimes we have parents living with us, and we're a family-oriented community. So with these 3-bedroom units, I do see there being definitely more than 2 cars per unit. Also with the crosswalk, the question would be then to where? There is no sidewalks on the other side of the street surrounding either side. So to me, it's great to have a crosswalk, but where are the people going or coming from if there's nothing on the other side of the crosswalk? So I think there just needs to be more conversation. I think this is a great idea, and I thank you for bringing it forward because this is needed. I just think that this is packing a lot into a small space. So Deputy Corral.
Thank you. Actually, just a bit of a historical side too is it's been sitting there for a long time waiting to be developed. I think it's gone through at least 2 iterations with respect also to looking at it for our seniors. I have to also keep in mind the provincial priorities about building more homes faster and providing accommodation to people. I also recall, and I don't know if Director Harvey's there. If Director Harvey is there, through the mayor to Director Harvey, I recall when the first one came through in order to put the development there before it changed hands, it was contemplated at that time that there would be an offset set of traffic signals at Train Avenue. And I remembered seeing mapping, and at that time, I don't know if it was Director Archer or Director Coleman from the Public Works. We'd had some conversation about that piece there too when we were looking at putting in a PXO crossover with lights in front of the Foodland. And that was part of it, that we kind of looked down the road to putting a set of lights in there, and we're kind of refraining from putting it somewhere else where it was already needed. The other thing, if Director Harvey is there, if he could answer that question about the contemplation of a set of traffic lights at that location, and then I have one question for the folks that are making the presentation.
Thank you. Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coghlan, to council. I am aware of some of the historical perspectives there, but I think it would basically be I would request staff review that again as to the criteria of that. I do know that at the time it was put off to look at any kind of signals in that area. So that's my recollection of that, but we could certainly revisit that and bring something back to staff, or at least make that comment on this application.
Yeah, I am, and on that point, thank you, Director Harvey. I think also that this was going to become part of the whole development process, because those lights would basically be put in place in order to accommodate the additional traffic there, to Councillor Garwood's point about left-hand turns both into the plaza and coming off of Train. My question, though, to the presenters is with respect to the parking. I know that many municipalities, and I don't know if it's been a provincial directive, with respect to the actual amount of parking spaces that were normally attributable to residential units. Can you speak to that? Because my understanding is that there was a reduction in the need of parking spaces in order to basically meet the provincial priorities. I don't know if that was legislated or if that's just something that's become more of a best practice.
I do see Director Russell is
Okay.
that. Director Russell?
Thank you, Mayor Coghlan. I believe the deputy mayor is speaking about the provision for ARUs are now limited to one parking space, but it does not affect normal, typical housing, the main unit, so to speak. So it's only the ARU that's limited to a maximum of one parking space. I
Okay.
believe that's what you're referring to.
Yep, no, it was, and thank you very much for that clarification. That's why I was unsure if it applied to, new developments as well too. So anyhow, I'll leave it at that. And that number that was provided, Director Russell, of 68, was the 68 number provided when it was the Elms that was looking at going in there, or was the 68 the original number from, I believe it was Dyson Homes that had originally come forward with that whole proposal?
Director Russell?
Through you, Mayor Coghlan. The previous development I was referring to was actually the Sunrise Homes
Okay,
proposal. Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anything further from council. Thank you to all who participated in the public meeting with respect to the proposed ZB 2026-004 5 Train Avenue West application, and for showing an interest in the matter. May I have a mover and seconder to adjourn the public meeting, please? Councillors Moore and Fisher, that the public meeting of council held under section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act for ZB 2026-004 5 Train West Pine Valley now does adjourn at 7:24 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you. Council, may I have a mover and seconder for the direction following the meeting, please? Councillors Moore and Fisher again. That council having held public meeting in accordance with section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 as amended for draft plan and subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment SU 2026-001 and ZB 2026-004 by Jones Consulting on behalf of Pine Valley Elmville Inc., having noted correspondence and input received, directed the application be referred back to staff. Are there any further questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor? And that has carried. I will now call upon Alex Lusty on behalf of the Midhurst Landowners Group to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Alex Lusty. I'm a lawyer and partner at Davies Howe. Our address is 425 Adelaide Street West, Toronto, Ontario, M5V3C1. And this evening, I'm appearing for the 10 members of the Midhurst Landowners Group to address the cross-border servicing agreement that's being proposed. And so, further to our May 27th and the letter of today, I have two key messages tonight. And the first is that the cross-border agreement for Block 5 should be abandoned. And a Made in Springwater solution should be adopted instead. And the second part is, regardless of what happens with that cross-border agreement, the Midhurst Landowners Group cost-sharing agreement needs to be factored into the development of Block 5. So on the abandonment part, there's good reasons to abandon that agreement in favor of the Midhurst Landowners Group infrastructure. So the first is developments proceeding without that cross-border agreement. You have an item on the agenda tonight, 10.4. It's the Vespera Hills development at the corner of Wilson and Snow Valley Road. There's 980 residential units proposed, a commercial blocks, a school, park, all the rest of it. The proposal supported by staff, and it's on servicing from Springwater as provided by the Midhurst Landowners Group. And I'll just read a brief excerpt from the report. It says, servicing by way of an extension from the Midhurst wastewater and water systems may be considered to service the lands. This provides flexibility in servicing options that utilize existing and planned infrastructure. Additionally, providing for the ability to connect to the Midhurst system, recognizing that the system utilizes modern servicing technology, supports broader environmental initiatives of the official plan. So this application shows that growth is happening on Springwater servicing. The same plan, right, the same approach is proposed for the Forbes and 400 employment land, and respectfully, Block 5 is no different. So the second reason is that this agreement puts the township between Barrie and end users. And I'll provide some examples from the agreement. So if you look at section 2.3, the city has a full cost recovery guarantee as against the township for an unknown amount. If you look at 2.3c, the township has to pay a buy-in fee to the city of Barrie to support their existing infrastructure. 2.5, the city gets another payment from the township on a pro rata basis. 2.4, that's where the township says it hopes to recover all those costs from individuals. But here's the thing, whether the township collects or not, it doesn't make a difference to the city of Barrie, but it will make a difference to the taxpayers of this township. Going on to 2.16, this confirms that the city is going to bill the township for water usage. The township then has to turn around and bill the end user, okay? So you're going out and collecting for the city of Barrie. 2.13, I was surprised, puts the township on notice that if there's damages to the city's pipes, the city's sewers, the township might be potentially responsible for that. So when you look at all of these things, it's a lot of risk to ask the taxpayers of Springwater to accept, and that includes the Midhurst Landowners Group, and it's a lot of risk for all those folks to be underwriting. Third, It's that the cross-border servicing arrangement is complicated, administratively complex. And here's what I mean by that. If you look at section 210, the township has a customer service responsibility, right? But determining the responsibility for issues and coming up with solutions is not within the township's sole ability. You're going to need the city of Barrie to do that. The township's going to be responsible for emergency response, but they don't control the whole system. The township's going to be responsible for billing individual users. Again, you're going out, you've got to administer that. There's no guarantee for servicing beyond phase 1, and phase 1 is just 727 Bayfield. So future capacity is going to need more agreements. You're going to be negotiating these things. Section 3.1, you've got to make maintenance records available to the city. Maintenance activities have to be coordinated with the city, so you've got to figure it out and figure out the timing, and there's additional steps there. So these are complicated systems, right? And at each stage, you're dealing with the city, and it's going to be more complicated as a result. Looking at the Midhurst component of this, the Midhurst Landowners Group cost sharing agreement. So the cross-border servicing agreement deals with water and wastewater. It doesn't deal with all the other stuff that goes into community building. It's roads and it's all these other services, right? And those services in this area have been put in place by the Midhurst Landowners Group, and it's going to benefit Block 5. And that's why the Landowners Group is looking to be reimbursed. So what kind of infrastructure are we talking about? So let's think about roads. Roads, they're a network, right? Anyone in the township moving here can use them. And there's been a whole whack of roads updated by the Landowners Group, and it's Carson Road, Snow Valley Road, Ann Street, Wilson Street, St. Vincent Street. There's other ones out there. The intersection improvement at Bayfield and 400. And then there's other infrastructure. There's new and relocate electricity lines, gas lines, community facilities, parks, trails, that kind of stuff. And all that was coordinated and worked out with the township. And that's why the Landowners Group would like to be reimbursed for these things, right? Because it's going to be available for use. You might think, well, what's that got to do with us? But there's a township role in all of this, okay? And it's confirmed through the planning process. So you start with section 24 of the Planning Act. That says that public works have to conform with your official plan, right? You get that. The same principle is present in your official plan at section 3.1. Next, you go down to the secondary plan, and that's where this role is spelled out for the township. Because in section 9.3 of that secondary plan, you've got a policy that confirms that developers will need to pay for their fair share of infrastructure. It's pretty much that simple. And it also says that it's going to be done through a cost-sharing agreement with developers. And all of that led to this thing called the funding agreement, and that's between the township and the Midhurst Landowners Group, and that's been in place since 2009. So there's a relationship there. So what does all this mean for Block 5? So let's go back to Block 5. So set aside for the moment that Block 5 is designated agricultural in the official plan and really shouldn't be serviced at all. Block 5 forms a de facto part of the Midhurst secondary plan area, and so should be subject to the same type of contribution policy. And this role for municipalities, this mediating role, has been talked about in case law, and I'll just touch on that. There's a case called Strano, okay? It's in Guelph. And there, a developer objected to paying for previously installed services being imposed on them through a condition of approval. That's how these things are done. The then OMB decided, developer, it's not fair if we let you escape your obligation because you're benefiting from this servicing at the end of the day. And so OMB went ahead and imposed the condition. Okay, that establishes the municipalities have this function in this sort of, I'll call it policing, maybe a heavy word, but policing function. And I'll just give you a quote from that decision. It says, "No one should get a free ride at the expense of others who have provided services in good faith and with a reasonable expectation of reimbursement." There's a later case that came along called Chinguacousy Farms, and that involved cost sharing in a secondary plan area. And there, the tribunal emphasized the municipality's role, and they put it in words like, There's a role to broker fairness among developers, to explain the cost-sharing process, to elicit cooperation, and to generate confidence in the system. And in Chinguacousy Farm, it's unusual, but the tribunal admonished the municipality for failing to fulfill that function in that case. So as I come to the end, right, it's the request of the Midhurst Landowners Group that the township ensure that any development in this Block 5 lands area, the cross-border area that's proposed to be serviced here, be required to pay its proportionate share of costs, regardless of whatever happens to the cross-border servicing agreement, because you've got the two buckets, right? And then, we'll just say that the Midhurst Landowners Group reiterates its desire and ability to service these lands via the Midhurst water and wastewater treatment facilities. Capacity for these lands is available today. And by doing that, spare the taxpayers of Springwater. And thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Before I do go to comments and questions, I'll have a mover and seconder to get this on the floor, please. Councillor Alexander and Councillor Garwood, that the delegation from the Midhurst Landowners Group be received. And I can now turn for comments and questions. Councillor Fisher.
Through you to Mr. Lusty, it would seem to me at this point, with the servicing agreement, it's only really benefiting Remington at this point, not the other parties involved. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, so the way the agreement structures it, there's this definition of this thing called Phase 1 lands. That's basically 727 Bayfield, and that's really all this agreement is about. So yeah, it's only that property.
So I agree with a lot of what you said. I do feel that the liability and expense is burden. It's a burden of Springwater, right? It's not something that that Barrie is. There's no real liability or downside for them. I also worry about this development on Bayfield for other properties. And I hate to say I told you so, but we did bring this up during annexation. I always worried about capacity and what Barrie would offer or be able to. So I do worry about other properties being developed along Bayfield Street. We can't benefit one, right? Or Barrie can't benefit one, I should say. So I do worry about that. I think it's a downside for both of us, both Springwater and those who want to develop. We were told that capacity was there and they'd be able to fire up and start developing. I didn't like annexation, but at least that would happen. So I do worry about this, and I thank you for itemizing each one of them. I think people should really pay attention to how much liability we're taking on as a municipality.
I have Councillors Thompson, Moore, Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So through the chair to Mr. Lusty, you talked about full cost recovery. If we, with the city of Barrie providing the services, would there not be full cost recovery with the Midhurst Land Group, owners group providing the services?
Sure, but so the difference is how the funds flow. Okay, so in the Barrie example, you've got Barrie to the township, to the end user, and then back through the township to Barrie. Okay, in the Midhurst Landowners Group, it's very different because it's the Midhurst Landowners Group and the developer coming to an arrangement to provide the services.
Follow on.
Thank you. And can you explain the fact that you believe that Block 5 as a de facto is part of the Midhurst secondary plan?
Mr. Lusty?
Sure. The reason for that is basically it comes back to your official plan. Okay, that's the starting point. Those lands are agricultural. So if it's agricultural, Section 24 of the Planning Act says, like in connection with your official plan, which says don't develop these lands, like the official plan gives you a problem because your public works has to conform with your official plan. The question then becomes, why are we running pipes to an agricultural field? And that's unanswered as far as I can tell right now. And that's a problem with the Planning Act. So let's assume away the problem with the Planning Act for a moment, right? What does that mean? It means these lands are part of some community. We know they're not part of Barrie's community. So they're in Springwater. The community there is Midhurst. So that's the easiest way to solve it if that problem is going to be solved. And it's a present problem.
Follow on?
So one final question. So obviously you've read the cross-border servicing agreement with the city of Barrie. How do you feel about the clause in that agreement that allows the landowners group in Block 5 to deal with the Midhurst landowners group if they choose to do so?
Yeah.
Mr. Lusty?
Sure, I think that's smart. And the reason is because it's almost an acknowledgement that this agreement is teetering on the edge, if you will, that it looks to me like whoever drafted this has serious doubt about this agreement working because they've input a credible backup into it, right? So if you have how does that question come up, right? So to me, when I see that drafting, it sows doubt over the whole thing.
I have Councillors Moore, Garwood, and then Fisher again.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I apologize. I have to use my phone. I made notes today, but it's on my cell phone in case anybody's wondering what I'm doing. And thank you for sending in your letter today. I appreciate it. And it did prompt me to consider a lot of questions. So my first question would be to Director Russell, if I may. Most importantly, has our legal team signed off on this? If so, I haven't seen it, so I would like to know.
Director Russell?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to council. The agreement itself has been drafted by Township Legal in conjunction with the City of Barrie's legal department. So the wordings that you do see here have been prepared by legal.
Councillor Moore?
So Director Russell, does that mean that Mr. Engel has reviewed and approved and decided that the agreement and identified any outstanding risks or liabilities or costs? I don't have even a cost of what this would be to the township. So I'd really like to see Mr. Engel's opinion on this.
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, I mean, if council wishes to have Weir Folds and Mr. Engel provide a comment on this or present to council, certainly no objection from staff. I would say that the main principle of the agreement is that there is no cost to either taxpayer of the City of Barrie or the Township of Springwater. That's established throughout the document. But certainly no objection if council wants to go that way.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Sorry. I think my question is, and the conversations that I've heard are cross-border servicing to a lot of people means the City of Barrie was to extend pipes up to the top of Bayfield Street so that the folks at the top could continue to develop those properties, one being Remington and one being Saddlin. That's not, in fact, what it is. It's the pipe extends to the border of the City of Barrie, and then we are now responsible for constructing, paying for, administering and administrating the development of those pipes to the border. And we're certainly not in that business. And so typical arrangements would be that the developer would then pay for that. But in this case, it says that we are paying for it first. And then at some point, the developers of those lands will be reimbursing us. I don't know what that cost looks like, but what I do know the cost of is the water and wastewater treatment plant down on Snow Valley Road, which was 75 million. I don't even know. It's an enormous number. And I'm not comfortable to say, yes, let's proceed when I don't know the number. I haven't seen the risks and I haven't seen the liabilities. So I'm not going to support the agreement tonight until, though, I can at least see some of that information come back to us.
Director Russell?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And as you've heard tonight, one of the clauses, so you're certainly correct that the way the agreement is set up is that the municipality would be in charge and control of any infrastructure installed on the Springwater side. The understanding and the writing that's in the agreement as drafted is that the expectation is the township would enter into a master external servicing agreement with the landowner group at the top of Bayfield for them to front end pay these costs and reimburse the township before any approvals or any taxpayer dollars are paid to the city of Barrie.
Follow on?
you. And thank you, Director Russell. So I guess my question to you then is, if we are in a position where we have a relationship with the MLG and we have promoted their great planning and great work and said, please, Vesper Hills, work with the MLG. They've got capacity and they've got a great track record with us. And then we're over on the Midhurst expansion lands, over to Forbes Road. Please work with the MLG over there. Again, great work. They've got capacity. And we're talking about a little sliver of road up Bayfield Street, which in the end would be no cost to us to work with the MLG. They would just continue on their great work. This makes no sense to me. It literally makes no sense to me. We're going to get into a complicated relationship and a complicated agreement. We're going to get a bunch of legal bills and legal costs, and I'm going to ask a lot of questions because I do, when it would just be so simple. And as it turns out, Mr. Lusty has said this evening, they're going to have to pay. Those landowners are actually now going to have to pay to be compliant with the original Midhurst Land Secondary Plan agreement. They're going to have to contribute funds regardless. Anyway, just my opinion. If I could just add, I do want to speak to the fact that this agreement was put in place using the strong mayor powers. So what happens this evening is truly out of my control too, because I can say no to the agreement and it can be because it will be classified as building homes more faster. I would suspect that they would be used again, but just note that I am opposed.
Thank you. And I can turn to CEO Ainsworth to elaborate on the decision that council is making this evening, and that CEO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So the report that you see later on within the information report section of the agenda is an update to the cross-border servicing piece of the City of Barrie boundary adjustment matter. It is simply for information. There is a bylaw that was passed by council through Strong Mayor's bylaw back in December that provided staff the direction to draft the agreement and the mayor and clerk authorization to execute the agreement. The information report is being provided to council in conjunction with the City of Barrie also having the agreement on their agenda this evening.
Thank you. I do have the remaining members of council, so at the discretion of Councillor Fisher, I'll go to all the members that haven't spoke yet before. Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you, Mr. Lusty, for being here this evening. And I also wanted to thank staff for the hours and the work that's been put into this agreement. Just a few items, and again, I might direct some of it to Director Russell. Mr. Lusty, I know that you had noted section, I believe it was 9.3 of the MSP, which spoke directly to developers paying their share portion from within the landowners from within the Midhurst Secondary Plan. So through the mayor to Director Russell, understanding that these lands are not inside the Midhurst Secondary Plan, regardless or not if there's an opinion that they should be or that they are connected in some way through infrastructure, et cetera, to clarify that section 9.3 technically would not be applicable in this circumstance, understanding that it's not within the settlement area. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Director Russell.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I tend to agree at this stage. I mean, you might want to ask legal that, but at this stage, these lands are not part of the Midhurst Secondary Plan. The reason staff could not support a lot of these or all of these MZO projects from the beginning is because they are outside of the Midhurst Secondary Plan, or rather any secondary plan or settlement area rather in the township. So before any servicing happens on these lands, there's two things that need to happen. And one is the provincial government needs to issue an MZO order on these lands to establish the land use principles for them. And two, this council would have to approve a draft plan of subdivision for each of these subdivisions that come forward. So there's a lot of work that still has to happen to bring online development at this area.
Follow on?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you, Director Russell. I think something that's also important to highlight, which I believe it was already noted tonight during the discussion, is that there is a section within the agreement as well that does speak to the fact that there isn't a requirement for landowners and developers in Block 5 to utilize the cross-border servicing agreement. Obviously, should they choose to do so, they could gather servicing from whomever, including the MLG. Which I don't think we should get in the way of. Again, wherever that developer, whatever their perspective is, in my perspective, I don't know to what extent we should be getting involved into that piece. But understanding at the end of the day, there is an option still to go with whomever. I think it was noted the Midhurst Landowners Group has been a great partner of the municipality for many years, and I agree wholeheartedly. No one is forcing any of these landowners to pick, or sorry, to go one way or the other. It is their choice. That's how I at least read it. Secondary to that, I think we also need to be clear in when we're talking about costs to the taxpayer, because I think that is a very important point. Also a point that often gets thrown out there around what does it cost to the taxpayer. At the end of the day, yes, there might be some complexities to this agreement. I don't pretend to be a planner or an engineer, so or legal representative. So again, I trust our team here to provide that information. But seeing as this has been reviewed by our what I consider in-house counsel, being Mr. Engel, our engineers, which I'm assuming have been all over this as well, which is Ainley. We've trusted them for many decades to do work here in this municipality, and they've guided us well over the years. So again, trusting that opinion. Again, my primary concern comes down to when it comes to cost. And I know there's been talk around what the cost of the taxpayer is going to be, but it seems as if staff have outlined here that there would be an agreement with those developers at, I say the top of the hill, but block number 5 to front end the development costs associated. So again, yes, of course, there's always costs associated with any development, even though in a perfect world, everything's cost recovery. We know there's staff time. We know there is plenty of hours. There's an entire department that's dedicated to planning in this municipality, as there is every municipality. But I think we just need to be very clear here when we are saying cost to the taxpayer. And I'm not saying any one person's misleading anyone, but I think we've heard it directly from staff here tonight, that the reality is, yes, there might be upfront investment in certain areas, but it seems as if, from what I understand, the developers would be making those commitments through an agreement with the municipality. So we just need to ensure we're not misleading our residents.
And next I have Councillor Alexander, then Deputy Cabral, and then back to Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So number of things going through my mind here. First off would be the question, I think this would potentially go to you, Director Russell, and if not, please point me in the way. With respect to the agreement with the MLG around the infrastructure piece, the roads, the infrastructure, not something I was aware of until I read in the letter. And the fact that the current developers on Bayfield will now need to buy into that, or the Midhurst Landowners Group is expecting that. Does that arrangement, is that just simply between the new developers and the Midhurst Landowners Group, or is the township anywhere in the middle of that? Like, are we taking on any type of liability, any type of legal cost if these two parties can't come to an agreement? That would be my first question.
Director Russell?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, I don't think at this point I'm able to make a comment on that one way or the other. I would say that the agreement as drafted is a very high level agreement. It provides for servicing to all of this, the top of the hill. There are a number of sub-agreements that are outlined in this document. So to some of the earlier points, there will be an operations and maintenance agreement with the city of Barrie that needs to be outlined. Who does what on which side of the fence? there will need to be a cost allocation and design agreement. So that's for each project that comes on, what is the infrastructure that is needed for each piece of, there will also need to be updates to our township DC bylaw. So this is taking a specific area charge for this block 5 area. There will also need to be a sewer use bylaw for this area, which reflects the city's sewer use about what you can and can't put down the sewer. There will also need to be a servicing rate and sewer rate for this. So a water and wastewater rate specific to this area, which would be the city's bulk rate plus an administration fee plus our own life cycle costing fee for the pipes that are on our side of the fence. So to your earlier question about where this would get picked up, my suggestion would be likely through the DC upgrade or update bylaw to figure out what portions of what infrastructure and what benefit to existing is the terminology that we would use. There is through that process. That is a public process. It is an appealable process. And we would expect that these comments would come through that follow-on process.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So thank you. And I completely agree. And one of my concerns here is this is a very high level agreement that we're looking to sign that does not have the details that I personally feel should be in there to understand what we're potentially getting ourselves into. With respect to the DC portion, if the parties can't agree or whatnot, that concerns me a lot too, given Premier Ford's many comments on the fact that he is expecting municipalities to cut their DCs substantially if we want to have any type of infrastructure relationship with the provincial government. So I think counting on those DCs to pay for this is not prudent because they may not be there. With respect to front ending this, so my understanding, and I could be wrong, but when I read it when I see front end, that means we're paying for it. So whether we're doing it through debt financing, we're coming up with the initial money and then the developers will be paying us. Is that a correct assumption, or is it coming directly from the developers and the township is not putting in any cash into this project?
I'm going to turn to Director Russell, and I do see that Director Harvey is also ready with comment.
Well, yeah, thank you. The way the agreement would be set up is we would receive that cash from the landowners group before making any contribution to the city. This would not be, sorry.
And my apologies, I would just like for clarification on landowners group, because often when that is spoken, it's to one specific group. So if you could just clarify on that, please, Director Russell.
Thank you. One of the other sub-agreements that I failed to mention would be a master external servicing agreement with the Bayfield landowners group in this case, which we would look to recoup those costs through the design and allocation agreements to figure out what those costs are for each individual upgrade and receive those before they go to the city of Barrie. So this would not be, to my understanding, any implication of debt financing on behalf of the township or DC usage.
Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, I just wanted to outline that this would be very similar to our agreements with the MLG, okay? It's no different. We're actually doing that today. We've been doing that for the last number of years, and I would anticipate that the agreement would be very similar to what we see currently in Midhurst.
Councillor Alexander?
Thank you for clarifying. I do appreciate that. So again, my concerns really at this point are there. Well, there's a lot. And I'm going to use some of your words you said, Director Russell. It is your expectation. It is your understanding. This is an agreement we're about to sign or soon to be put in front of us to sign. And the language that is being used is expectation and understanding. That's not legal language in my world. Legal language is very cut and dry. So we are protected. Words like expectation and understanding can be read many ways in law. So that worries me a lot. The fact that, again, my understanding from the conversation here tonight is we're just talking about the Remington lands. That's the phase 1 piece. Okay, sorry, clarify, please.
And thank you. And I think before we do carry, what's in front of council this evening is an executed agreement. This is being received for information, comments. This is excellent conversation. This is noteworthy, but this is a framework of an agreement. What staff are speaking to are the sub-agreements that are going to come in place. This is much like the initiative that took place 20 years ago when the MLG was formed. The same process is taking place today with a separate landowner group. I will redirect to Director Harvey on that one.
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, that's exactly what we anticipate. I would make a suggestion here that due to some of the questioning, it might be something best that, we have Mr. Engel here to speak to this. I do believe a lot of this is going into the conversations that perhaps he would be best to answer some of these as it relates to the language being used.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander?
Thank you. And I completely agree. I would absolutely, before anything is done, assume that we would be able to sit down and ask Mr. Engel questions as per the normal course of action at this council table. The last piece, and I was vocal about this the whole way through, so no one should be surprised. I struggled with why we were going down this convoluted route when we had the Midhurst Landowners Group willing to allow these developers to buy in. The reasoning that was given around this and around using strong mayor power was this was going to get shovels in the ground quicker. I'm finding it from the conversation that I'm hearing around this table, from the staff table, from Mr. Lusty, this is the very beginning of a lengthy process. And I'm struggling to see how this is going to get shovels in the ground quicker and get these developments moving faster. So that is my last comment. And I would actually concur with Councillor Moore in that this agreement as it sits right now is certainly not something I'm comfortable supporting because the information that I need to make those decisions is not there.
Thank you. Deputy Cabral.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I hope you'll indulge me as much as others. From my perspective, my preference would be that the Bayfield landowners, Remington and Saddlands, actually negotiate their own deal for what they want to bring that pipe to the border. I don't see Township of Springwater taxpayers having to put one single penny into this at any point. They did not have an opportunity to decide whether or not they wanted this to happen. And I do understand from last fall, it was very clear to me the way the strong mayor power bylaw was written, that it was to negotiate unilaterally through the mayor and execute. So I'm sitting here basically being able to speak, but really not having any influence on how this moves forward. And I want to really make that clear that this is not something that I think council itself has really had much of a hand in any way, shape, or form. And I'm hearing here that the landowners have two ways to go. I really wish they would go the other way. Once the pipe comes to the border and it's being put into the ground, once again, I don't see any need for Springwater Township to take any risk. It should be done the same as every other development that's gone on in Springwater Township, where the developers put in all their own infrastructure and then it's assumed at a later date. Of course, staff would be guiding it, but everything that staff puts into it should be compensated back again. I don't think we pay Ainley to work on behalf of developers. We pay Ainley to work on behalf of Springwater Township. Once again, we end up with an orphaned economic potential on Bayfield Street. We're going to run a pipe up to Forbes Road, and we're thinking about running a pipe over to Wilson for the Vesper one there. And yet, for some reason, it seems impossible to run the pipe up to Saddland lands and the Remington lands. So I guess my real thought is, who is really looking after the best interests of Springwater Township taxpayers? But in addition to that, who is looking after the best interests of the current water and wastewater customers? Because I fail to see any scenario where folks who are buying homes or working up in that particular area when those developments come online, paying a different rate for water and wastewater than the rest of our own Springwater Township residents do, because my understanding is that it's basically the cost for water and wastewater are diluted across Springwater Township and everybody pays the same. So I really struggle on how that is going to translate, and is wastewater and water going to go up for everybody in Springwater Township because of this negotiated agreement? I don't know. Nobody does. And it's easy for us to say that, it's all going to happen wonderfully. I have my doubts. I would prefer to see Springwater Township not take on any risk whatsoever, to the best of our abilities. The other piece that I really wanted to speak to is with respect to past developments, and I'll direct this through the mayor to Director Russell. Director Russell, in past developments, say the mixed development, did Township actually front end anything while that development was taking shape and being prepared and being brought online?
Director Russell?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. I'm just conferring with my colleague here, but it's our understanding that no, the entire interim plant that's there, the mixed development, all of the servicing was front-ended by the MLG.
Right. But what I'm hearing now during this discussion is that that's not going to necessarily be the case with the cross-border servicing agreement. And I see that as a giant red flag. If they want to go forward and utilize Springwater Township to guide, assist, they should do it the same as any other developer who's brought a development to Springwater Township. And no taxpayer dollars should be used for it whatsoever. The next piece I want to bring up, and I'm going to actually, through Mayor Coughlin, direct this to Mr. Lusty. I read the letter, and as I say, my hands are tied as far as what I can and cannot do, but I can speak, and I can bring these points to light. And my question to you is, when you spoke about case law, and I'll refer back to Councillor Alexander's point, when you spoke about case law, there was one particular piece you spoke about where the municipality itself was admonished for not inserting itself into a situation where there was a benefit to all developers, that everybody should pay for it and not have a free ride. And I guess my question at that point in time is, at some point in time, once the Midhurst secondary plan was completely filled in, any expansion that would have taken place to the most suitable, best developable land in Springwater Township. And that is the land that we've basically provided to the city of Barrie. So my question to you, Mr. Lusty, would be, with respect to that case law, in your opinion, does that actually apply in this particular case? Because I envision when all of those units are built and the thousands of cars are there utilizing the roads and all of the other services, that there shouldn't be some form of allotment from those developers to the entire package for the upgrades that have already gone on. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have DCs in place, is so that those people who come online can pay for some of the services that everybody else has paid for already along the way. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. So
Mr. Lusty?
Oh, thank you. So it comes through Section 24 of the Planning Act. Okay, that's a provincial statute that the township has to comply with. So that's the first part. So that sets up a requirement that infrastructure conforms with an official plan. The next step is, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, you look at the official plan, and usually you have like a settlement area, some sort of community lands, right? It's all set out like it would be in the Midhurst secondary plan. But Block 5 is a little bit different scenario, because right now it's designated agriculture. So agricultural land is not service land, it's not development land. And so since you can only bring infrastructure in conformity with your official plan, the question is, how is infrastructure allowed to be brought into agricultural area? And there's a present problem with Section 24 of the Planning Act, which is statutory in nature, okay? So that's a huge problem. If you ignore that problem, then you have to look for solutions. The solutions can't be that it's Barrie, because there's a boundary there, right? So the next best solution is it's part of Midhurst. And at some point, right, to solve that, that'll have to get dealt with, or the township will just break the law. And it's because we don't presume that municipalities go out and break the law that that secondary plan has to be seen as applying, or otherwise there's a bigger problem.
Thank you.
Before I go back to Councillor Fisher, I just want to address a few statements that have been made this evening. Speaking to existing users on our existing water and wastewater, bringing on, whether a development was to come on and much like the Nottawasaga Inn and develop their own water and wastewater, how would that impact? How could this, it's a user pay system. Our existing users are not going to be using any of the services provided in Block 5. Can we speak to how then could it be suggested that bringing a cross-border servicing agreement on is going to cost the water and wastewater rates to go up? Because I'm not familiar. To my knowledge, this is a user pay system, and it's relied on our internal system that we already have. So this is completely outside of that. Director Harvey.
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, that's usually dealt with as an area-specific charge, similar to what we have in Elmville on the wastewater component. So my understanding is, again, this would be something more directed to Mr. Engel as part of the agreement. And I think some of these conversations, this is where I would suggest that it be led to for these answers. A lot of these questions and things will be, he would be very well vetted to do those conversations. But on the water wastewater, it is a user pay system. It would be complete cost recovery to the township for Block 5 and those end users on both the water and wastewater. And that's the fundamental cost recovery mechanism that would be used in most areas in the province of Ontario.
Thank you. And at that time, would it be most appropriate then to have Mr. Engel also speak to council in that having a front-ended facility like we are fortunate enough to have in Springwater is not typical across Ontario. Most facilities, and I don't want to pretend to throw out a number, maybe we could do some research to present how many private facilities there are in Ontario, because as water and wastewater needs are presented to a municipality, it is typical that the municipality funds and builds it, which is why we see so much funding being applied for and coming from the province, because we know it's expensive. It is not typical that it is borne by the developer. We are very fortunate that 20 years ago that partnership was brought on. However, to suggest that anything other than that, in my opinion, the most typical is the township front ends it. And that's why that strain is there. And that's why these partnerships with the province are alleviating that. So I think we need to be cognizant of that as well, that to suggest that there's going to be debt to a township, most townships are experiencing that, and that's why they're applying for funding through the province. So if we could add that to the agenda, that would be great as well. Councillor Fisher, and I do see Deputy Cabral again.
Thank you. I don't disagree with you, Mayor. I think that maybe most do that, but I think we have an opportunity to do something else where it's not ultimately a risk to the taxpayer. I'll just quote something from the presentation tonight: the risks that are ultimately underwritten by the taxpayers of Springwater. When I see that and all the reasons that precede it, we need to caution ourselves here at this table as to what we are getting our citizens into. But I want to go back to what I had said before. You know, when Remington gets capacity and other properties don't, what I see there, are we stalling progress on Bayfield Street? For many, many councils, we've talked about the Bay Street corridor being something we really want to focus on. And I worry about that not coming to fruition. We were promised, I felt that Barrie didn't have the capacity. But now what we're seeing is that what Barrie had promised us and never showed us evidence of, that they had capacity, it's not really coming to fruition right now. So what I believe those landowners need and Springwater needs is a faster solution that's less expensive to the landowners and that frankly is a made in Springwater solution. So, I'm disappointed that it went this way. To the deputy mayor's points, we really have no control in it. It's been something that's been done for us. But I think as citizens, we should be very weary of the risk that's being put on us. And secondly, if I were a landowner on Bayfield Street, I would be questioning this agreement that maybe looked really great not too long ago.
Not seeing anything further, Mr. Lusty. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Thompson. I did have Deputy Cabral and I was just not monitoring properly. Deputy Cabral.
No, Councillor Thompson can go first. That's fine.
Councillor Thompson.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor Cabral. Just with regards to capacity, the way I read the agreement is there is capacity there. It's just that they're not going to tie up capacity for projects that aren't going ahead right away. So phase one, and I think they've got 3 years to use that capacity. And if they don't use it, they lose it, which I think is fair. It's no different than Sarah Vista and Elmvale when they were expanding the residents there, that they came to us and said, listen, we'd like to do a major addition. We need capacity. And so we gave them capacity in water and wastewater, but because they didn't go ahead, after 2 years, that capacity went back into the pool. So this is no different. I think my understanding is there's capacity for all the landowners in Block 5. It's just dependent on when they're going to come to the table, and when they come to the table, they'll have an opportunity for that capacity. They're just not going to tie it up for people that aren't ready to go ahead.
Deputy Cabral and then Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And I just can't help myself. I'm going to have to comment on that, Councillor Thompson. With respect to capacity, one of the reasons why the strong mayor powers were used for both, in particular, the cross-border servicing piece was because there was this great urgency from Remington and Sadlands that they just absolutely needed to have an agreement in place in order to provide water and wastewater to them within this 3-year window, And what was being put out at that particular time by some members of council was that it could take years for the MLG to even come close to accommodating that. We've heard tonight from Mr. Lusty that the MLG is in a position to service those lands right now. So to your point, if Sadlands and Remington's waits 2 years to put a shovel in the ground, there's no way they're going to get water and wastewater until another 3 years passes past that. So I struggle with, them losing capacity, because once the city of Barrie starts doing the work to bring that pipe up to the boundary line, trust me, somebody's got to pay for it. And they're not going to stop midway. The other piece I wanted to bring up, and through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Director Russell, or could be Director Harvey, is when I want to look here, I want to just reemphasize this about who pays for what. When we're talking about Stone Manor and the Dobson Water Wastewater Treatment Plant, when we're talking about the Snow Valley Highlands and the water and wastewater treatment plant there, my question is quite simple. Did Springwater Township pay for any of that, or was that paid for entirely by the developers when they were developing those developments? That's my question. And I'm just putting it out there because that's what's happened at the mixed development. And that's what's happening right now at Midhurst Valley. Township not putting any money towards that. So once again, I'm just stating this and I'm looking for the answer because I don't want our taxpayers to pay 1 penny towards this because they're never going to make use of the water and wastewater. Not a taxpayer. As you've pointed out, Mayor Coughlin, it's the users for water and wastewater that pay for it. Well, if that's the case, then Remington and Sadlands need to pay for it in advance, not Springwater Township. So I go back to my question. I would just like a response from either Director Harvey or Director Russell with respect to Stone Manor, Snow Valley Highlands, Snow Valley Lowlands, and any one of them.
Director Harvey?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Coughlin. So my understanding, I wasn't here at the time, but from reviewing some of the agreements, that all of that was front-ended by the developers, similar to what's happening in Midhurst Valley and all the other areas.
Thank you. I have Councillor Alexander and Councillor Fisher.
Okay, so I'll try and be brief here. So I am a bit confused again, after your comments, Mayor Coughlin, regarding, I do obviously understand that many other municipalities front end their wastewater, and we are in a fortunate situation where we don't. But if you're using, I'm confused of why you're bringing that up, because I was just told that we will not be front ending Bayfield Street. So is that just a general comment, or are we front ending Bayfield Street?
Well, and technically that would go to a Director of Finance and Director Harvey.
To you, Mayor Coughlin. Obviously, I think it was in reference to the fact that through the minutes of settlement in the Midhurst secondary plan, all of the infrastructure is paid by the developers. Again, I would direct it to the Director of Finance as well, but our debt capacity is not able to fund most of this infrastructure. So in some regards, we're very fortunate that we're not taking on that debt capacity. However, in most municipalities, for instance, like the city of Barrie, they have it within their purview and their capabilities, and they would be front-ending that. And then through local DCs and area-specific charges, would be collecting those monies to fund that infrastructure. So in some regards, we're lucky that we are in that situation. And my understanding would be we'd be in the same situation in Block 5.
Thank
Follow
you.
on? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
Follow on?
Thank you. So thank you, Director Harvey. And again, understanding that you're still just looking at all this, again, the words that worry me are in my understanding. Because that's not a no. The township will not be responsible. No, the taxpayer will not be responsible. No, we will not have to take on any debt financing, which ultimately that interest does fall on the taxpayer. So that does concern me because it's not a black and white answer, which is what I'm looking for at this point. And then my only other comment, which is back to what the deputy mayor just said. We use strong mayor's powers to push this in because it had to happen right away. And we are now looking at 3 years, maybe 5 years before they can get shovels in the ground. Those powers, I'm confused as to why we use them to get shovels in the ground quicker, if we can get shovels in the ground quicker with a solution that we already have in Springwater.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I just want to go back to a comment made by Councillor Thompson. It seems like an interpretation of capacity after the fact. When we were going into this, I'll call it a negotiation, it seemed like Barrie had capacity for us and for those landowners. I have to wonder if I were a landowner right now, finding out that actually it's not as it was purported to be, and that actually it's going to be much longer before I'm able to develop that property for Springwater, how I would feel about that. We were led to believe that there was loads of capacity, right? And that was not an issue whatsoever. I'll say it again. I worry about progress stalling on the Bayfield Street corridor. Before I was on council, I watched presentations on the Bayfield Street corridor. It sounded great. I sit here on council, it still sounds great, but are we moving backwards on something that would be so good for our municipality, create DCs, taxation? Have we been led down a path and used strong mayor's powers, and now we've actually stalled that project, or those projects? So I would like to see them move forward. I really think we need to rethink this maybe rescind this and look at a Maiden Springwater solution that can be faster and less expensive for the developers, frankly.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask a member of council to keep, or sorry, a member of staff to keep note to this. I think that during the session with Mr. Engel, it would be beneficial for us to also discuss the existing Bayfield Street corridor master plan that was developed and accepted and endorsed by council prior to these MZOs being requested. These lands were had nothing to do with it. So I think that we as a council need to understand how that can impact it. And I think it needs to come from Mr. Engel. And maybe in that session, having Mr. Mullen available as well would be beneficial. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Just a final comment. Regardless of the strong mayor powers, the fiduciary responsibility that I took is to always vote in the best interest of the residents and the municipality. And so the question I have to the clerk, please, or to Director Russell, I don't need an answer right now, but if we could pose it to Mr. Engel. If all outstanding legal agreements are not finalized, what risks, financial, legal, operational, or reputational, would Springwater have already assumed by approving this agreement that's before us today? Thank you.
Councillor Garwood, and then I will remind council that we do have another opportunity later this evening, as this is on our agenda. This is simply part of the delegation. We do have another delegation following this. Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just again, final comment. I don't disagree with a lot of the perspective that's at the table here today. I think we all can be closer in alignment than we think that we are. I agree with Councillor Moore. Obviously, the reality, our responsibility is to the taxpayer, 100%. That is why we took these jobs. That's why we asked for them. What I'm also hearing, again, from staff that have clarified this multiple times. And again, I am fully supportive of also having legal and having Ainley and having those conversations, because I agree. We should have those conversations before anything proceeds. I have no concern with that. But our questions have been answered by staff, and they have been clear. I've heard it 3 times. I know Councillor Alexander is sitting here disagreeing with me, but I've heard Director Russell say 3 different times in 3 different ways that there isn't a cost to the taxpayer. So again, I just want to be very clear when we are outlining, when we are making statements at this table, that they are accurate in nature. And that is why, again, I do support having those conversations. Again, at the end of the day, that is our responsibility to the taxpayer. But I think it's also really important, and this is the 3rd time I've now said it at this table, is no one is forcing anyone to do anything. There is an option here that is available. We have a great partner with the Midhurst Landowners Group. And if the landowners in Block 5 wish to work with the Midhurst Landowners Group, I don't think the municipality should be in their way. They should be able to do so. I have no concern with that. But should they choose another path as well, I think that same reality needs to be true. That if they choose to go a different path, it is not my business to tell a private corporation where and whom to partner with. I don't believe that's our responsibility. We are providing options and a path and an avenue, and should those landowners choose to move these projects forward, hopefully at a quick pace, then again, that is their responsibility. Their bottom line is not my bottom line. We are focused on the taxpayer. That is our responsibility. So I've been very, very firm on that. Again, we have great partners, and let's continue to have great partners, but it's an option. And secondary to that, my last comment, just to note as well for staff, is there has been a lot of comment around the timeline to get shovels in the ground. Understanding, it's been mentioned twice tonight, provincial priority, build more homes faster. Whether we agree with it or not, that is the reality that the province has been pushing on us. There's also been comments that this plan will not be as quick as alternative options. So I think we need some clarity around the timeline for these projects for shovels in the ground as well. Because again, there's been statements made, but unless I've missed it, I haven't seen the data on either perspective to agree or disagree. Thank you.
I do see staff taking note of that. Not seeing anything further, council, at this time. I do have it moved and seconded that the delegation, Deputy Corral.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just with respect to choices, there's three choices apparently now, but one of them was basically brought or forced upon the city of Barrie. That's the cross-border servicing agreement. I agree with Councillor Councillor Garwood. Be great if they just made their own arrangements, Sadlands and Remington. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why we had to go down a path where we had strong mayor powers required to create a cross-border servicing option. And also, so there's really three choices to them, the developers. Do it on your own, which would be good because they'd be assuming all the risk. We wouldn't assume any risk until we assumed those developments. But now I think it's to their advantage to let Springwater Township absorb the risks going down the road. And I don't agree with that at all. The third option is to have the current Springwater Township development community that's been working with us for 20, 30 years. That still remains a viable option. So I don't like the risk aspect because it's on Springwater. It's not on the people who are creating these two developments. It's almost as if, we're taking it on their behalf. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, this has been moved and seconded that the delegation from the Midhurst Landowners Group be received. All those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Lusty. We are now moving on to question period. Members of the public are invited to ask questions of council or make comment regarding an item on the agenda. Questions not on the agenda will be at the discretion of the chair. In order to accommodate the registration process for oral presentations, submissions will be accepted until 12 p.m. on the day of the meeting. In accordance with the procedural bylaw, the first 5 submissions will be accepted in the order that they were received and the first come, first served basis for a total of 15 minutes to be dedicated to question period. And as a note, after you have read your name and address, the timer will begin. You will get a nod at the 1 minute to allow you to know that you have 1 minute remaining. I will now turn to the clerk, the CAO, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And question period submissions will also not be accepted where they relate in any way to the municipal election regarding campaign activity. This includes, but is not limited to, statements or questions indicating an intention to run for office, announcing or promoting a candidacy, expressing support for or opposition to a candidate, referencing another person's candidacy, or making comments that could reasonably be interpreted as election-related advocacy. However, general administrative questions about the conduct of the election may still be accepted, provided they do not promote or oppose any candidate or campaign. Examples of acceptable questions include those respecting voting methods, voting locations, voter eligibility, and other general election administrative matters. To preserve the neutrality and procedural integrity of council meetings, any submission containing campaign-related municipal election content will be deemed ineligible for question period and will not be read or considered.
Thank you. Have there been any submissions received?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There have been 3 submissions received. The first has been requested to be read by staff, and the next 2 submissions are here in person this evening. The first submission is from Gloria Woods of 19 Yonge Street in Elmvale, which reads, I recently received a staff report dated December 17, 2025 for the above subject request, which the subject request is legal costs related to the transfer of land from the township of Springwater to the city of Barrie. This report includes the legal costs of $139,764 paid to Loopster Nixon LLP, the township lawyer, up to October 2025. I'm aware that on November 8, 25, Mayor Coughlin used her mayor's powers and ended the use of the township's lawyers, Loopster Nixon. This appeared to be for reasons the public was not privy to. Then on January 21, 26, at the end of a closed session, a motion was made to not make available to the public legal invoices regarding the acquisition with Barry until these invoices are paid. This causes me to ask, to question why. Obviously, there are invoices for legal opinion obviously these invoices for legal opinion are in question. Who hired these lawyers? Has someone not followed the proper channels to get legal advice? Is this usual practice that legal invoices be sitting unpaid? What are the service charges and late payment costs for these outstanding invoices that add to the taxpayer's expense? There may be invoices as old as 6 months. Does the taxpayer have to pay for legal advice that was not done through proper channels, or is this expense paid by those who asked for this? Did these legal opinions help the cause in any way? Something is very suspicious. No one wanted the land in question to go to Barry, and it was clear the province had the last say, not our council. Springwater had an opportunity to come together as one team on behalf of the taxpayer and advocate for the best possible deal once it was evident that the province would move forward regardless. We ended up with what we got because we had a mayor who chose to advocate and never give up. Compensation results could have been a better deal because items like revenue sharing, recreation access, parking passes, etc., were all on the table early on. However, council decided on another path. May I please ask for some clarification on this?
Thank you, CEO Ainsworth. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So, Ms. Woods, thank you for the question. I'll make an attempt to, in the spirit of openness and transparency, to answer what I can. Some of this information is confidential, some of it's not. For example, there was on December the 11th, Mayor Coughlin had sent a letter to Minister Flack expressing some concern that this lawyer was still billing us after we had ended our contract of engagement with them. In that letter, she had stated that from November the 8th onward, there was actually, when our agreement with them was terminated, there was 9 entries in November that related to either individuals of members of council dealing with this lawyer or a subsection of council. I'm not exactly sure who it was that was dealing with the lawyer. In a Barrie Today article dated December the 16th, when Barrie Today reporter reached out to members of council, 5 members of council said it wasn't them. 2 members of council said they would only discuss this in a closed session. So I guess really my question, like yours, is that who was engaging with these lawyers after they weren't in contract with us? Who did it? How did they think this was okay? And how much of your money, Gloria, did they spend on these lawyers? Thank you.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Gloria, the $139,764.90 never would have been spent had we not have gone down the road of annexation and entertained this in the first place. So I don't think the question is how much more was spent, because it was actually very little. It's why did we spend the entire amount in the first place? Because you as the taxpayer paid that $140,000, right? The other thing you mentioned, you seem to ask a question, but then sort of write a love letter for annexation here. It was not a good deal. I've reiterated this time and time again. $22 million to our municipality spread out over 5 years. If you take a look at our annual budget, it's not very good. I don't know why you think it is. Even things like parking passes, I don't really need a parking pass to the city of Barrie if I'm losing thousands of acres to them and taxable revenue. So I think the question you need to ask yourself is, why did we spend the money in the first place? Why did we get led down the path of annexation?
Thank you. And I think the final question was, and why is there information that has still not been made public? Not seeing anything further. Our next register, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin.
No, sorry, Mayor Coughlin, my hand is up. You just missed it.
I mean, usually you sit there and you poke my shoulder saying, Jennifer.
Yeah,
So I
unfortunately,
apologize.
my arm's not that long. I just want to comment on this and to To Mrs. Woods, I just want to say that I think the piece here is that there's so many pieces that are actually missing. There's much that has happened since then with respect to legal bills that unfortunately, in my opinion, and I will tell you right now, I refused to sit at the closed session meeting when it came up, that I wish could be shared with everybody in Springwater Township, in particular you. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Hopefully, at some point in time, there will be some light shed on things that will kind of address them a little better. I mean, it's not council that fired a lawyer. It was the mayor who unilaterally fired a lawyer. And it wasn't the mayor who hired that lawyer. It was council as a whole who hired the lawyer. So I hate to say it, but there's so much that hasn't been shared that should have been shared, and so much that maybe we could have shared and we didn't. And I apologize for that.
Thank you. And I agree, Deputy Cabral. And if council would like to rescind our decision to have information remain in closed session, I am happy to support it this evening. So to suggest that strong mayor powers have been used to suppress information to the public, absolutely not. And if council tonight wants to make everything public, again, my hand will go up in favor of it. Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I completely agree with you. And also secondary to that, to be able to contribute to the business of this municipality, one would have to sit in a closed session meeting to understand what is occurring. So to say that I did not like the information or the conversation or the topic and walk away from the table, that is not what we sign up to do. We sign up to sit here and have uncomfortable conversations. We've done it for 4 years. So the reality is that is it. Question period also should not be utilized as a way that we weaponize any of this at one another. There's been a lot of grandstanding tonight about the annexation, about the boundary adjustment, about where we are. We know where everyone's opinions are. It is very clear. It is very clear as to where everyone's perspective is on this front. So again, respectfully, we do have 2 other questions, and we also have people that have been sitting here for 2 hours to ask those questions.
Thank you. And there are 2 members that have not had an opportunity to speak, and I will grant that to Councillor Alexander and Councillor Moore. And at that time, unless there's a decision to override the chair, we will move on to the next question. Sir Alexander.
I'll be brief. Number one, I do agree with you, Councillor Garwood. However, the person that started this was Councillor Thompson. Usually I was told we actually weren't allowed to respond to questions. So if we're responding, everybody gets the opportunity to respond. I have more of a question. My understanding is that this council passed a motion that all of our legal bills would be made public around the annexation on our website, understanding that certain pieces would need to be redacted from law firms. But I believe we passed that and everything should be made public. And if it's not, then why isn't it?
It is not made public because council at the bottom of the resolution made a statement, and part of the resolution, to make sure I'm not misquoting, and that this information be made public once the invoices, plural, in question have been paid. So until invoices, and again, I think that maybe we can schedule a follow-up, because if it is the intention of this council to make it public, I think we need to understand the impact to the resolution that we passed and how it is suppressing information within the municipality. So if we can add a second closed session, I think that council, I can see a lot of heads nodding, would like to better understand that. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Just to clarify something that I've been hearing recently that I would like to make clear for folks is the notion that this council was aware that this was a done deal from the beginning. I certainly was not aware of that. We were not aware of that. We were walked down a path that said, work with the facilitators, work with the group, create a little working group, and see what you can come up with. We had consultants with opinions, county with opinions, everybody had opinions, but we had to gather all that information before we could even decide whether or not this was a good or bad deal. There was nothing done from the beginning. And so if that's the narrative that's out there, I'd just like to squash that right now.
Clerk Ainsworth, our next question.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The next question is from John Spring, and he is in attendance this evening.
Good evening, Council. I am John Sprink, 2438 County Road 92, Elmville, Ontario, L0L1P0. I read with great interest the article on strong mare powers in the Star on Saturday, May 30th, and again in the Sunday Star on May 31st, 2026. The act that brought strong mare powers into existence was designed specifically to get housing built faster and the infrastructure needed to support them. It was regarded as a piece of legislation to address the critical housing shortage in Ontario. As the article pointed out, less than 2% of the time that strong mare powers were used was to facilitate getting houses built in Ontario. The act named Strong Mares Building Homes Act was passed to ensure that mayors had the tools to get houses built faster. The act was sold to the public using this reason and continually appears in the act. In practice, the act has been badly abused by mayors. The Star has found that it did not help the situation at all. What it did do was make mayors become intoxicated with power, using the power in ways that were illegal according to the act. It specifically describes how our mayor abused the strong mare powers and literally forced annexation on Springwater Township using strong mare powers. As they described what our mayor did, it became evident that Mayor Coghlan was one of the worst abusers. They referenced her specifically. They talked about her vetoes of council motions regarding the township's legal counsel. These acts by Mayor Coghlan totally disregarded democracy. The article also said that strong mare powers caused discord in councils. In no place was this more evident than our council. 4 councillors fought to preserve democracy while 3 were discarding it. One councillor even had the nerve to call the discord the Jerry Springwater Show, trying to discredit the 4 councillors for fighting for democracy. In actual fact, it was his actions and another councillor who caused this trouble by supporting the mayor and using strong mare powers. These councillors used the democratic process to get elected to the council, then took the principle of democracy away from their constituents who elected them. To make this work, the strong mare powers were used illegally to jam annexation down Springwater taxpayers' throats. This was a shameful abuse of power. A good mayor would seek a consensus from her council and have them act together as one. This was never done. The article pointed out that they contacted Mayor Coghlan for comment on her actions as described in the article. It said she emailed them back and declined to comment. If the mayor was so sure that she acted legally, why would she decline comment? This was her chance to tell the public why she felt that what she did was right. Lastly, many mayors.
And that's exactly the 3 minutes. I will opt for, if that's the
That's
end of
not
it.
3 minutes.
It is actually 3 minutes and 6 seconds.
You gave someone last week 4 minutes. Or 2 weeks ago, 4 minutes.
And again, trying to adhere to the policy, and I would encourage on a go forward basis, if you are going to be asking questions.
Can I ask my question then?
You have asked your questions and you've had 3 minutes to
No,
address that.
I haven't asked the question.
Yes. The question.
Madam Mayor, my question to you is this. When you are asked to comment to the authors of this article in the Star, why did you refrain from making your opinion about strong mare powers and your use of them known to them?
Yes, thank you. And as it was just spoken to, there is a resolution of council that we were just speaking about the all information in closed session will be made public once the invoice is paid. I will tell you that there is an outstanding and legal with the judicial review of the use of strong mares. And it is in my opinion that offering my opinion on that during a time period where that is still outstanding and there's no resolution brought to this council on that, it would be inappropriate for me to speak on something that is being part of a lawsuit against this township. So no, I will not speak to something that there is an open claim on a judicial review.
They're talking about the use of strong mare powers.
Which is what the
That's
judicial
the
review.
judicial
Yes, it
review.
is, sir.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
not. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher.
sorry, please clarify for me, Mayor Coughlin, how does being part of a judicial review not allow you to answer like other mayors did in the Toronto Star about their use of strong mayor's powers? I don't, forgive me, I don't really see the correlation. I don't think many of us here do.
Okay. And I don't know who do I turn to on this? Not from staff, not from staff. Here goes the legal again. If it would be possible to have a refresher to council as to what outstanding legal implications there are and what the judicial review is referring to, which is the use of strong mayors. So having a head of council respond to something about the use of strong mayors where we're being potentially sued for it, in my opinion, is irresponsible. So Alexander.
So under that thought, how do you not think it's irresponsible to continue to use them?
Because they are used with legal advice. What is being addressed is the second, we know exactly what's being addressed. We know exactly what's being challenged. The ongoing use of strong mayors is not pertaining to that.
Okay, but nor were the questions from the Star, but regardless.
CO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The next speaker is Esther Allen, who is here in person.
Before my time starts, I just wanted to make sure everybody received a little envelope that I got with some photos and
Thank you.
my speaking points.
So again, Ms. Allen, at the 2-minute mark, you will see the light come on, or I can give you a nod to make you aware of when the 3 minutes is. Thank you. And the time will begin after your name and address.
Good evening, Mayor Coughlin and members of council. My name is Esther Allen and I've been raising concerns about the Lewis Pit aggregate expansion behind my home for over 6 years. I am a Springwater resident. During that time, I've appeared before this council many times and submitted repeated correspondence to township staff, various government agencies, and this council with no meaningful response. Mayor Coughlin, I will direct the rest of my comments this evening directly to you. Over the years, I've emailed you on a number of occasions, most recently regarding what I can only describe as the constant runaround that residents are receiving from this township, the MNRF, the MECP, concerning the unlicensed work that has been occurring beside my home since March of 2026 by Gallagher Materials. I say this respectfully, but it's difficult to understand why residents' concerns continue to go unanswered while public engagement on other matters appear to be readily available. What is happening to your Springwater residents reflects a complete failure of proper planning and foresight. The residents of Boothby Crescent did not knowingly choose to live beside a major industrial gravel pit expansion. The town's own official plan identifies these lands as agricultural. 2 homes were approved as recently as 2017 through that same developer application, with further evidence that neither existing nor future residents were cautioned that a major aggregate operation would be established literally within meters of our homes. These are Springwater families with deep roots in this community, raising concerns about safety, dust, noise, and incompatible land use, and that is not unreasonable. What is unreasonable is repeatedly seeking assistance from elected officials and receiving no response. This is not about development versus environment. It's about balance, responsibility, and long-term planning. Responsible planning would have protected both the industry and the residents that live beside it. In this case, that planning has failed greatly. The township abandoned its residents at the OLT, citing its satisfaction with a dust management plan that was approved by 3 recognized experts, including this township's own expert. Yet 4 months later, that plan has not been implemented. Residents of Boothby are covered in dust daily, and the township has taken no action to uphold the very position it relied on. This week, I again shared correspondence with you confirming both the MECP and the MNRF stating in writing that until a license has been issued to Gallagher Materials, that oversight for this property remains the responsibility of this township. In other words, the responsibility for protecting Springwater residents currently rests with you and this council. So tonight, I am asking, what specific action are you prepared to take and on what timeline to protect the residents of Boothby Crescent and the surrounding communities from the daily impacts of an unlicensed operation that this township has allowed to be established literally within 2 meters of our homes? Residents deserve more than referrals, delays, and silence. We deserve accountability, enforcement, and a clear commitment that our concerns will be addressed. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to an actionable response and a response.
Thank you for that, Councillor Moore.
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Director Russell. You would have received, I believe, the most recent correspondence from Ms. Allen. Could you please reply to the concerns about us being, or the township being responsible at this point?
Director Russell?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and through you to council. The most recent correspondence from Ms. Allen and the resident are related to the township's site alteration bylaw. I believe through the CAO's office, the bylaw enforcement department is preparing a response to you, and it should be available to you either tomorrow or Friday. But I defer to CAO Ainsworth.
CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Yes, staff are currently working on a response, which will be provided to you, Ms. Allen, as well. We could provide it to members of council.
I followed up today and gotten out of office.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. So just to clarify that the response being prepared is regarding the reply received from the ministry representative that they were not responsible, that we were responsible at this point until the license is issued. Is that the response that's being prepared? Thank you.
Director Russell?
Through you, Your Worship, my understanding is the response is related to the use of the township's cut and fill or site alteration bylaw.
Follow on, Councillor Moore?
Thank you. With your indulgence, I'd like to read the response that was received from the representative, but I don't have it right at my hand. If I could have a second, I can find it. Do you have it, Miss Allen, by any chance? Okay, just give me 1 second, please.
If you could I'm sorry, just if you could repeat for CAO Ainsworth what it is that you're searching for?
It was the response that we received, or that you sent to me, you received from the minister that said it was the responsibility of the township at this point. Who was that from?
Jeff Hazel is the Ministry of Natural Resources representative, and Dylan Wenzel is the MECT representative. And both of them have confirmed that all the work that has happened since March and since the Ontario Land Tribunal approval is not under license. And because there is no license issued to the applicant, which is what Councillor Moore and Fisher's support motion was meant to support with last month, they have no instrument of oversight. And the township has also on many occasions reported to me that they have no oversight and consistently refer me back to the ministries, who continuously refer me back to the township. So at the moment, for almost 4 months, all of the work that is being performed is under no jurisdictional oversight and is being self-governed by the operator and the owner of the land, which to this day is still considered agricultural land on your official plan, which I found interesting listening to earlier discussions. So that is then when I went down the road of the land alteration bylaw, because as mentioned by the previous legal counsel that was here, land alteration really should not be happening on agricultural land. So right now it has been completely clear cut, and it was part of a significant forest system. And it also now has a 30-meter by 7-meter tall sand berm within 1.5 meters, 2 meters of our backyard properties. And one neighbor is about 3 meters to her porch and pool. We have dust every single day. The berm is slumping because they're not putting any type of dust suppressant on it, which was part of the dust management plan that I have already shared with council on a number of occasions, that the owner's own legal counsel at the OLT confirmed he would implement within a month, which would have been October of 2025. So we are now in June of 2026, and they are doing nothing. And the only people that are having any impact are the residents still. With those pictures you can see up until Easter weekend, May 29th, my car that was just yesterday sitting on my driveway. Every day, we can't use our backyards. You see my kitchen, we can't open our windows. Children can't play on the trampoline. My kids came in on Friday night with some friends and said, we can't stay out there, we're eating sand and it's in our eyes. I don't know if any of you experience that in your own homes where you can't use your spaces.
And so that this doesn't get lost, and understand that we are moving into summer months, and if it's possible, then maybe later this evening we could have a notice of motion to have staff report back on where this sits right now, the correspondence that has been received, so that we as a council can have this continue on our agenda so that it doesn't get lost. I'm just going to go to Director Russell and then back to Councillor Moore.
Through your worship, it may be appropriate to again request Mr. Engel's expertise here to explore what ability the township does have. We have explored every bylaw we have, between the site plan control bylaw. We don't have tree cutting. We have our site alteration bylaw. Staff have been through it. I think you may need assistance from Mr. Engel.
And thank you for that. And I think that what we're experiencing is the fingers pointing in the upper level and the lower level saying it's not my fault, it's their fault, but there needs to be a solution. And I don't, us saying we have bylaws and we've exhausted them, but where does that leave us? So I don't know if that means that we got to just keep it on there. Councillor Moore?
Thank you. And you know, maybe we're creating a new bylaw. How simple is that? So, but just to make clear, I'm speaking about the reply about the dust complaint received May 29th. Please note all complaints related to dust releases from the active pit will be referred to the Ministry of Natural Resources. So they do move that forward, but concerns relating to the development and construction activities occurring within the described expansion lands are to be referred to the Township of Springwater to address via a zoning and bylaw. And it is recommended you report these concerns to the township directly. And that came from Dylan Wenzel, Environmental Compliance Officer with the Environment, Conservation and Parks. And the frustration truly is the bouncing back and forth. Nobody wants to be responsible, but I can tell you firsthand what this is doing. It's taking an incredible toll on people's mental health, their physical health, and their just ability to cope and live. It's awful. So maybe it is a bylaw we create. Thank you. I'll bring it forward later in the day.
Thank you. CA Ironworth?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I think that suggestion, it would be greatly beneficial for council to bring Weirfolds in. I will help draft a motion that could see Mr. Engel come in as soon as possible to provide council with some advice.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And just stemming from that, there's a few items as well that I would like to see included in that information that does come back, so we can speak about that. But I did want to thank Esther for the opportunity to see in person. I had the opportunity about 2 weeks ago to go out to Boothby and to see what is occurring. So thank you again for the opportunity, and some of the questions that and conversations that we had that I would like to see included in any report that comes back, whether it be from staff or with Mr. Engel, is again understanding how the operator can operate without a license in place. Also, what does that license permit or not permit? Again, from the ministry, along with any setback information as well. I know there's been conversation at this table and out in the community as well regarding what that setback is today, what it was offered in the past, etc. So I'd like to see that information as well be readily available and clarified as well, not only for the Boothby Crescent residents, but ourselves.
Councillor Fisher?
Ask a really simple question here. Through you to Director Russell. If I were just to buy a piece of land and start running my excavator over it tomorrow, what would the township do? You know, because it seems to me a precedent has been set. I'm allowed to do that, right? And nobody's going to stop me, you know, at the township or the M&R apparently, because they don't seem to care or take responsibility for their license. So what is Phil Fisher allowed to do? Anything, you know, I want, because these guys certainly seem to be able to.
I think that was more of a hypothetical question than it was a statement, but I don't think you were looking.
Well, no, it's a
you were
question.
looking, it's a statement, but were you looking?
I was looking, what would we do as a municipality if an individual were to do that? We would presumably shut them down. But if you could speak to what we would do in that case, you know, and surely it would apply to this.
Start with Director Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council. The crux of the problem lies in the lands are, according to the OLT order that came out last year, the lands are now zoned and designated for extractive industrial uses. Those bylaws have been passed as ordered.
And again, I gratefully respect that this is an issue, but the questions, we do have a delegate here, so the person that's at the microphone will be able to do that. So as our staff are trying, again, to contribute, to work with, I would just appreciate that. Director Russell.
Thank you, Your Worship. The lands are zoned extractive industrial ME as per the OLT order. The crux of the issue is the site plan control bylaw does not apply and cannot apply to extractive industrial ME zoned lands. This is in accordance with section 66 sub 1 of the ARA, where it says any conflict between the ARA and any township bylaw, the ARA takes precedence. So from our perspective, the township site plan control bylaw does not apply to ME zoned lands. The way this could have been resolved by the OLT is for them to have inserted a hold provision until such time as the minister issued the license, and then that hold could be released and the ME zone go forward. Until that happens, the previous agricultural zoning would apply and the township would have the ability to go and enforce the site plan control bylaw. So right now, they're operating not under the township's jurisdiction, and according to M&R, even though they're doing operations that are in support of, in favor of, I don't even want to say compliance of, but in favor of the future extractive use there, the M&R has no ability to enforce this either because they haven't technically issued a license. Now, the OLT order is ordering the M&R to issue that license. So we're in this sort of in-between state of the zoning is in effect now, but the OLT or the M&R has not quite yet issued their license. So this is where I was suggesting that Bruce Engel or Weir Folds come in to speak to the township's ability to be a little more creative in the use of its bylaws, or if there's other options that we can do. I know this council has already lobbied to the provincial government, to the M&R, to Minister Harris, with a notice of motion that was about a month ago, give or take. But at this point, I think legal advice would be in order.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. And this is just a request, whether it's Councillor Moore or Deputy CEO Ainsworth, with respect to any type of motion being brought forward tonight around this. I think that it is absolutely imperative. We do have a timeline on it. To Mrs. Allen's point, these residents, this has been a circular of us trying to help, but not really helping. And now we continue to push it off to someone else. It's not our problem. And I understand there's rules and it's very complex and complicated. However, we are not being of any assistance right now. And I think we need to be. So if we are going to have a motion, I don't just want a motion for a staff report or to speak to legal. I would like to speak to legal, but I would like timelines around it with clear directive of what we hope to be able to try and help these residents with. Thank you.
And I do agree. I think that us trying to come up with a motion on the fly tonight, while we are all passionate about this, I think that having to work with staff and residents to ensure that when it does form part of the next agenda, it is something that we all think could be a possible next step. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Just to ask Director Russell also, did we receive a response from the minister's office?
Through your worship, no, we have not.
If I could just make one additional comment to speak to Director Russell's comments. It's my understanding through many conversations with both the MNRF and MECP that the OLT decision gives an applicant the permission or authority to apply for a license. The actual application process seems to be left to the discretion of the property owner. That property owner actually messaged me directly and told me that it was on his timeline when he would be applying for a license. The license is the only instrument of oversight that the ministry has to enforce anything on that land. I don't understand in the absence of a license how any work can happen on that land if there is absolutely zero jurisdictional oversight between ministries or townships. But it was, again, my understanding that the OLT provides an applicant permission to apply for a license. And the township OP to this day on the website is still agricultural land. So I'm not sure at what point the township catches up with an OLT decision. I didn't believe that the OLT decision automatically rezoned the land. I thought the land was rezoned when the license was issued. So there seems to be a big gaping hole in a lot of pieces, particularly how the work can continue without a license if nobody can enforce without a license. The land alteration bylaw was literally a support from township to try and find something within your scope that would allow you to help the residents of Boothby who have had zero help for 7 years, yet continue daily to be inundated with dust that we know is dangerous. So we're obviously at a loss, and I would hope the answer would not just be about the land alteration bylaw, but more of the process as a whole. Like, how is this a huge gaping hole? Springwater Township has over 20 gravel pits and quarries. Is this the only time this has ever happened? Have you ever heard about a pit more in Springwater Township than this one in your lives? So again, it's a big gaping hole. I don't understand. I don't understand how not one governing body can intervene and how work has been permitted for over 4 months that is killing the residents of Boothby Crescent without oversight. Self-governing, 100%. Vehicles tipping over, dust everywhere, Ministry of Labor coming out, Ministry of Forestry coming out. Nobody cares. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for. Steve Ainsworth, are there any other registered speaker or questions this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There are no other pre-registered speakers.
Yeah, at this time I will turn to members of the audience. If there's any questions, please come forward. Come on forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
And again, I will reiterate that there is a 3-minute timeline. It will begin after you provide your name and your statement. After 2 minutes, you will see this light go on, and that's your 1-minute warning.
My name is Rick Crook. I live at 716 St. Vincent Street. 716 St. Vincent Street happens to be a property that's 50% bigger than Remington Group's property. I'm 100 feet from a master sewer trunk that was put there for my property when City of Barrie thought they were going to go that way. Watching the deputation by Alex Lusty today, I've never seen, and I've come to these meetings for 35 years, a more deceiving and ridiculous deputation to a council ever. And I can't believe that 3 councilors and a deputy mayor aren't listening to the head planner when the head planner says,
I'm just going to ask that we remain respectful of
Okay.
the chambers and maybe not.
they
use-
don't understand when their head of planning says that, no, there will be no costs. No, there will be no cost to the taxpayers. Well, there's going to be costs. No, there's going to be no cost. He said it 3 times. Doesn't anybody listen? I'm a developer. I've been developing land for a long time. Before I put a shovel in the ground or I do anything, not only do I have to pay the $10 million to do the servicing, I have to give the city a $10 million line of credit just in case I screw it up and they have to redo it. That's the way it works. The city down, the townships, the cities, they don't pay anything. They expect you to pay for everything. And they want another bird study or a batshit study or an environmental or a frog or a turtle study. You have to do those studies. And you have to do all of these things that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars up front. I would put the shovel in the ground tomorrow, but I'll have to go through an MZO to get my property approved to do anything. And when I go through that MZO, I'm going to have to sit up in front of this council here, deputy mayor, the mayor, and I'm going to have to go through this whole process. But, you know, at this point right now, there's guys like Remington, there's guys like Sadlin, there's guys that want to put the shovel in the ground. I don't know how many, and I've asked this question 6 months ago and it was basically 0. How many has the Midhurst Landowners Group put in? And talking about farmland, Rose Corporation paid $116 million for 240 acres of farmland out on Duran Road in the middle of nowhere and ran a pipe, disrupted everybody in Midhurst. And some of the councilors were going around, I'm going to save you from hooking up to the pipe. Well, they couldn't hook up to the pipe anyway, even if they wanted to hook up to a pipe. Bill,
And
you
I-
went around to ask people,
And again, I'm just going to respect that if we could just not.
point out people.
Thank you.
But I'm just saying, well, we're gonna save you from hooking up to a pipe. Well, it's a force main. And if I have a force main on my property, which I'll need, I'll have to pay for that force main. But that force main will run through my property. I pay for the streets, the sidewalks, the street lamps, the park. I'm actually attached to a park, and I'm actually attached to about 60 houses in Barrie. They're on my backyard. They actually think I'm a park. I'm going to have to pay for everything, and I'm going to have to pay for that up front before one building permit for one house, townhouse, whatever, gets approved. I'm gonna have to pay for all those things. And not only have to pay for all those things, I'm gonna have to pay for them twice because I'm gonna have to put up a hard cash letter of credit just in case they screw up the survey.
And that's been.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Counselor Fisher.
Just want to address a few things. Mr. Crook, should your MZO, when you come back here, go through? Oh, yeah, please. What's that? No, I'm not coming at you. I'm just.
And again, trying to.
About me, do I get to talk to you
describing-
about what you have to say?
I'm answering your question.
Sure.
So if you just listen.
Sure.
Right. So what I had said previously was that Barry, the capacity that was talked about during annexation, right, during this, you're not even sure that you'll get it, right? So should your MZO actually go through, the questions that I have surround, would you actually have the capacity provided by Barry? Just 1 second.
Sure.
The other point I'd like to make is that I never said anyone would be forced to hook up to the force main. It's not even possible, right? One thing I campaigned on is that I wouldn't allow, and it was voted on unanimously around this table, I wouldn't have people hook up to pipes or get rid of their septic systems, right? They wouldn't be on town.
They couldn't
So-
hook up on pipes.
And again.
They couldn't hook up on a pipe. That's the thing. They
and
couldn't hook
just-
up on a
Mr.
pipe.
Crook, Counselor Fisher has.
No, I understand.
We'll go for lunch. We can debate it sometime,
Sure.
Rick. Okay? On me.
Yeah.
Okay?
But you had another part
No,
of the
and
question.
thank you.
What was the part of
I
the
don't-
question?
There was a question, I believe it was a statement in the.
Barry's giving us, Barry has unlimited services.
They don't seem to be giving it to you.
And I apologize to the members at home. The mic has been disabled. And we have exhausted our 15 minutes and our 5. So if council would like to continue with question period, if there are others, that would be to the discretion of council. However, I am doing my best to adhere up to council. Are there any other members that would like to come forward? We do have one. Council at your discretion. Oh, there's 2? 3. Council? I will ask then if there are members, if there could be some sort of indication for council. I would like to, again, yes, you're more than welcome to come forward. We are, as a council, going to extend that to the chair. I will ask that members of council, if one member of council wants to speak, I will then be permitting all members of council an opportunity to speak, as we have throughout the evening. We are going to allow the question to move forward. Again, the question, you have 3 minutes. The time will begin at the end of your name and address. After 2 minutes, you will see the microphone go on to give you an indication that you have 1 minute left. And your name and address, please.
I'll be quick. Name's Alex Haldana, 32 Daisy Street. I think this question is probably more suited for staff. It's in regards to the Freshport Hills development and the drinking water license update. First one would be if staff could explain what kind of assessment was done on the water demands for this development. 2 would be the drinking water license update. If that increases the capacity, is that meant specifically to for the demand of the development, or is it the development plus more? And the last one is, would there be any updates to infrastructure for this existing infrastructure in the future for this development and demand?
Thank you for that. Are there any other comments or questions? Please come forward.
Mayor, Council. Paul Sadlin, 866 St. Vincent Street. I just have a couple of comments and I'll be really, really brief because you guys have been so patient with everybody. Just a couple of comments on what I've heard today. The area at the top of Bayfield Street is being referred to as Block 5, has been described tonight as Sadlin and Remington developments. But I just want to make everyone aware that Block 5 includes not just 2 properties. My understanding is there's about 17 different parcels. So I would suggest that in the future, it's not just mentioned that it's the Remington and Sadlin projects. There's 17 parcels of land involved. I also heard tonight that kind of ticked me off just a little. I heard several times that Springwater and MLG have a wonderful working relationship that has spanned 20 plus years, which I think is a great thing. But it does imply that the Bayfield Landowners Group doesn't have that same relationship and we haven't even been given the chance to establish one. So I just wanted to put that out there as well, that if you guys work with the Bayfield Landowners Group, the same as you do with MLG, you might find that we're wonderful to work with as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Fisher?
I'll answer. I thank you, Mr. Sadlin, for clarifying that. You're right. There are more developers and more growth that can happen there. So I do appreciate you clarifying that for us. And I do also agree with you that frankly, working with those developers like yourself is something that we should look forward to as a council. So I do support the project and projects that would be along the Bayfield Street corridor. So thank you.
Not seeing anything further from members of the public at this time, we will be taking a break and we will return in 15 minutes. George here? I've texted. I'm gonna, Deputy Cabral, we are about
Oh,
to.
no, I'm here.
Oh, you are there.
I'm
Perfect.
here. I was waiting for you to reconvene.
Thank you.
All right.
And council, we will reconvene, and at this time, procedurally, I believe we will be extending. So if I could have a mover and seconder to waive the procedural bylaw to extend the time, Councillor Alexander and Councillor Thompson, that we waive procedure to extend the time until 11 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Council, at this time, we are moving on to item 8, which is our minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the council minutes, please? Councillor Fisher, Councillor Thompson, that the minutes of council listed here and be approved as presented, and it's the minutes of the regular meeting of council of May 20th, 2026. Are there any questions on these minutes? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that has carried. A mover and seconder for our board and committee and organization minutes, please. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Alexander, that the minutes of the boards and committees and other organizations listed herein be received as information. One is the minutes of the Severn Sound Environmental Association Board meeting of January 29th, 2026. 2 is the minutes of the Severn Sound Environmental Association Board meeting of March 11th, 2026. 3 is the minutes of the Severn Sound Environmental Association Board meeting of April 8th, 2026. 4 is the minutes of the Elmville Outdoor Digital Sign Hearing Committee of March 11th, 2025. 6. 5 is the meeting highlights of the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority meeting of May 22nd, 2026. Any comments or questions on these minutes? All those in favor? And that has carried. Items for correspondence. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Fisher, Councillor Garwood, that the correspondence from the Elm by BIA regarding the stopgap accessible ramp project be received. Are there any questions on this item? Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I'll keep it brief. At the April 16th Elmville BIA meeting, the BIA has been working with a local Ontario company, Stopgap, who's based out of the GTA, and the goal in the initiative is to make downtown cores more accessible, especially focusing on some of the historic buildings in the municipality. Again, we identified Queen Street as a perfect example, where many of these access points to businesses have a few inch worth of a lip or a singular step, while at the same time understanding that these properties directly abut municipal sidewalks, and there are certain requirements and expectations from a AODA perspective requiring access on sidewalks, accessibility, etc. Hence, Stopgap. Stopgap is a not-for-profit organization that focuses on building and partnering with municipalities, BIAs, local businesses regarding making these community spaces more accessible. They are temporary ramps. They are not permanent ramps. They are also only suitable up to a certain height. So again, it's not intended to replace multiple stairs. It's truly intended to be a temporary measure that businesses can utilize, and then once they're done with them, store them away. They would not be permanent. Again, they would be a temporary option. So at this point in time, the BIA has fully endorsed the initiative and is looking to include it as a part of resources to local businesses. But the BIA does have a bit of an ask. So I do have an amendment for tonight. Be it resolved that council endorse the Stopgap Accessible Ramp project and direct township staff to investigate the feasibility of implementing the initiative and report back to council at the September 2026 meeting, and further that a copy of this resolution and amendment be forwarded to the Elmville BIA for information. The purpose of the amendment, again, from a research perspective, is to ensure that it follows the various bylaw approvals, that Public Works don't have an issue with it from a snow clearing perspective, and from a safety perspective as well. We're not asking the municipality for any funding or to purchase the project, but beyond to report back to council with additional information so the BIA can hopefully, pending township staff's green light, move forward with bringing Stopgap to Elmvale, and not just Elmvale. Should it be a successful project, could also be implemented elsewhere in the municipality. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I would just ask for a seconder on the amendment or comments on the main motion. The amendment's not quite on the floor yet, so if it's just a general comment, that's fine. You're seconded, we'll second it, so that's been seconded, and Councillor Alexander.
Great, thank you. Great project. Happy to support. My question would be, maybe to Director Culver, is this a similar type of ramp like we installed at the Hillsdale Community Center, where staff put like the placings in place, but the ramp comes on and off? It sounds like it's a bit more permanent.
More temporary.
Well, no, because the one at the Hillsdale comes on and like it doesn't stay. So I'm just you know where I'm going with this, Director Culver.
Director Culver.
Thank you, Mayor. As I understand it, the ramps are different in construction than the one that was implemented at Hillsdale Community Hall. This company specializes in what they do. The trick is to make sure that it fits with our bylaw and right-of-way regulations. So not the same in application or in design, and subject to review by staff would be a good idea.
Not seeing any other comments or questions, we are voting on the amendment proposed by Councillor Garwood, seconded by Councillor Alexander. All those in favor? The amendment has carried. We'll move back to the main motion as amended. Any other further comments or questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that has carried. We are now moving on to our action reports. May I have a mover and seconder for these, please? Councillor Moore and Councillor Garwood, that action report items 10.2 through 10.4 be received and that the recommendations contained therein as presented. We have 10.2 is the 2026 municipal election accessibility plan, 10.3 waiving of the fees and charges for Cody's House, 10.4 is OP 2025-001 and ZB 2025-005 Vesper Hill Development 2636, 2694, and 2842 Wilson Drive, and 1643 Snow Valley Road, Legacy Golf Properties. Any comments on any of these or any to be pulled for redirection? To be pulled for redirection? Comments on the remaining? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Through you to, please, Director Russell. Regarding the development at Vesper Hills, what is the timeline looking like for this? It seems like there's still quite a bit of work yet, but just so folks are aware.
Director Russell.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Through you to council. Right at this stage, it's a land use application, so only the OPA and ZBA at this time. The township has not yet received the follow-on draft plan approval process. So it's really in the developer's hands once the land use are established to bring forward those land use draft plans.
Follow on.
Thank you. So the first part then would still take some time. So I'm, if I had to ballpark, I'd say a year, but what do you think?
Director Russell.
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to council. I would think much more than a year. I would be expecting there's significant upgrades to either the Snow Valley plant or the available capacity within the Midhurst plant. Those would need to come online first to provide this property. There's 1,000 units in this property, so it's a significant amount of servicing requirement.
Not seeing anything further. All those in favor? And that has carried. We are now moving on to item 11, our information reports. A mover and seconder, please. Councillor Garwood, Councillor Alexander, that the report items listed herein be received for information. One is the Snow Valley and Center Vesper Municipal Drinking Water License Update. 2 is the 2628 Mill Street request for grading and drainage work on private property. 3 is the school bursary program update for 25-26. 4 is ZB 2026-007 and SP 2026-003, which is 1662 George Johnson Road. And number 5 is the Springwater Berry Cross-Border Servicing Agreement. Before I do move to the rest of council, it would be, I would like to see number 5 pulled and provided redirection to a closed session meeting as was discussed earlier. To have that one pulled. Are there any other items to be pulled for redirection? Councillor Alexander?
Number 2, please.
So we have number 2 and number 5 to be pulled for redirection. Any others to be pulled? Comments remaining on the rest? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Through you to Director Harvey, please, just to say thank you so much for the drinking water license upgrade, and thought if there is any words that you'd like to speak to about this or what it means to our residents, I think it would be a good time.
Any comments, Director Harvey?
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to council. This is a good news story, really, in the sense that, you know, obviously since 2017, we've, in that drinking water system, Snow Valley, Center Vespra, had some water bans. So through this winter, staff have worked with the ministry to review that system. Obviously, going forward, there's some upgrades to be done and some works to be done as development happens in that area. But for now, we've got additional capacity. We're hoping this helps really mitigate some of the issues that's been experienced since 2017. I think the residents know that hopefully, you know, this helps resolve some of the current issues. We can't say that it won't, but we still want a lot of conservation that's in the report and initiatives. We're still working on those, so stay tuned. I think you'll see something along the Rain Barrel program, but in all essence, this is a very good news story for the residents.
Comment, Councillor Gratwood?
Yeah, just a comment on this, and I echo the comments of Director Harvey and Councillor Moore. This is a significant achievement. I was happy to support the direction previously. I would like to see some communication around this as well. I know that was a big part of the concerns that were brought forward from those directly affected. And I know there's still some maybe misunderstanding around how that drinking water license works. So if we could put forward some sort of a communications plan, I think that would be ideal as well, that the community is also made aware of this news. Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Garwood. I do believe that there was some communication either that went out or it was very, you know, concise, but also spoke to the conservation initiatives that are also being investigated now, which I've had a lot of really good feedback on. People want the Rain Barrel program. They want ideas on sort of, you know, all the water consumption pieces. So thank you so much for all the hard work. I know it was a ton of work and shot in the dark maybe, but successful.
Thank you. Not seeing any comments on the remaining, I will remind council that the report items listed here and be received for information. We are now voting on 1, the Snow Valley and Center Vespra Municipal Drinking Water License up. 3, the school bursary program update of 25-26, and 4, the George Johnson Road. All those in favor? And that has carried. We will now return back to item number 2, which is the 26-28 Mill Street request for grading and drainage work on private property, pulled by Councillor Alexander, and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Fisher, and I will turn to Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So I do have an amendment proposed, so I'm going to start with the amendment, then give a little bit of backstory. So the amendment would be, and that council direct that legal advice be sought on the matter to be presented to council at a closed session to be scheduled no later than July 8th, 2026.
Councillor Alexander?
Okay, sorry. I don't need a second first. Okay. So understanding everyone's read the information report, and I do understand that, you know, it is not the norm that we go on private property to do work. Hence, I am kind of following staff's recommendation is that we need to seek legal advice first and have a more fulsome conversation. I am hoping council will support this next step. Sorry, one second. This is not a just general drainage issue where we're just asking to go into someone's property and fix this issue, because I do understand that's a concern. This has been ongoing since the year 2000. So I'm just going to do a brief kind of timeline just to bring council up to speed in what the homeowners and their communication with the township has been over that time. So in 2000, the homeowners purchased and occupied the property, or in and around, we're going to go with. And at that time, they were advised that final grading would be completed by the builder following the installation of the township sidewalk. 2001, following significant runoff and erosion concerns, homeowners contacted the developer, township staff, and Ainley regarding grading, drainage, and drainage infrastructure concerns. Again, the homeowner was told that once the sidewalk was installed, the remaining work to rectify the drainage would be completed at that time. Over the next, we're going to say 15 years, there was numerous interactions with township staff from the homeowner. Within every interaction, the homeowners were consistently advised that the drainage and grading concerns would be rectified when the sidewalk and associated municipal works were completed. Relying on these assurances, the homeowners continued to work with the township over many years in anticipation of a permanent resolution. 2018 to 2020, the issue was raised again during discussions related to the adjacent Drury development, with homeowners seeking clarification on how future infrastructure works would address the longstanding drainage concerns. And then bringing us now to kind of the 2025, when the budget did pass for those sidewalks to go in onto Mill Street. At that point, there was additional engineering reviews, surveying activities, site visits, discussions occurred between the homeowner, between our staff. So as well as at that point, the homeowners and myself, Director Harvey, met to kind of go through the emails in the information report, just speaking about kind of what the next steps could be to rectify this. Director Harvey did reach out to Ainley and kind of confirmed some of the conversations that had happened with the homeowners. So essentially, I do feel these homeowners have been very patient. They have not been litigious. They have believed what numerous staff members from this township have told them, which was we would be fixing the issue for them. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here. This happened probably before any of the staff were here. But this is what these homeowners were consistently told. So despite more than 2 decades of communication and repeated assurances that future municipal works would resolve the issue, the homeowners still have these same drainage concerns that have not been resolved, along with some significant grading issues on the property. So again, understanding we don't want to lightly go onto private property. My ask tonight is just that we do engage legal and have the conversation with legal to see what our options are moving forward.
Thank you for that. And I would just require a seconder on that, please. Councillor Fisher. So we have that the motion now before, the amendment would be that council direct that legal advice be sought on the matter and presented to a council at a closed session to be scheduled no later than July 8th. Any questions or comments on the amendment? All those in favor? That has carried. So now we are back to the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that has carried. We will now move on to item 5 and looking for this to be redirected. So moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Thompson. The amendment would read, that council hereby direct that a closed session be scheduled, requesting that external counsel from Weir Folds LLP and township engineering firm Ainley and Associates provide an overview of the cross-border servicing agreement with the city of Barrie. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Mover and seconder, oh no, we did. Oh, that was the main motion. A mover and seconder on the amendment now. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Moore. All those in favor? That has carried. We're now back to the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that has carried. We will now move on to our updates. Deputy Cabral.
Negative.
Municipal updates. Councillor Moore. Councillor Garwood.
I do have a few. Apologies. First one I wanted to mention was an opportunity that I think everyone should be aware of. I had the opportunity recently to visit Wild Roots Farm, which is an incredible initiative taking shape right here in Springwater, just on the border between Wards 1 and Ward 2. Wild Roots Farm is creating a safe, supportive transitional housing for women facing homelessness, housing instability, trauma, and major life changes. This initiative goes beyond housing. It offers a space for community-focused environment where women can rebuild their lives through hands-on work, like animal care, fitness, and more. With partnerships like Flourish Gardens, which is a not-for-profit located directly here in Springwater. The program will also include flower farming and botanical education, helping participants build confidence, skills, and a renewed sense of purpose. Again, when I think of Springwater, I think of neighbors helping neighbors, and Rural Roots Farm is a perfect example of that. So I wanted to congratulate Tadia and everyone involved in that initiative. It is unique, it is exciting, and it's something that we don't hear about often. I've had the opportunity to connect Wild Roots with the county resources as well, understanding that housing doesn't fall within our jurisdiction, but I think there's an opportunity here to really promote this as an amazing thing in Springwater. The next item I wanted to mention was the We Lend a Hand movie showing in Elva at the Community Hall. We Lend a Hand, which is the forgotten story of the Ontario Farmerettes. We had a showing of nearly 200 people in attendance a couple weeks ago at the Elmville Community Hall, which was a sold-out crowd. I mentioned it here at the table before, but the documentary was a powerful reminder of the vital role that more than 40,000 young women played during the Second World War, stepping up to help maintain Canada's food supply while so many men were serving overseas during the war. Their contribution helped feed both our communities at home and soldiers abroad. And I do want to specifically thank all of the community partners that came together to make this possible. It was a pretty neat group of people, everyone from the Springwater Public Library, the Floss Agricultural Society, the Center Floss Women's Institute, Elmville Community Recreation Association, Friends of the Springwater Public Library, and the Simcoe County Federation of Agriculture. So all of these organizations came together to make it possible, not only for the community, but also for about 150 students during an afternoon showing as well. I know it's been kind of the talk of the town since, and a lot of people were really excited to participate in it. So it was nice to see folks from all over the region come to our community hall to learn a little bit about our history. Two more items, understanding I know we're running long here, but I do want to focus on the fact that the Elmville Farmers Market returns next Thursday to once again the Community Hall parking lot. The market will run from June the 11th, which is again next Thursday from 3 to 7 p.m. until August the 27th. Every Thursday until then. Again, the BIA has been working hard. We have a brand new presenting sponsor, which is a local business, Swoop Fiber, who has also come on to help fund the market as well, which is quite exciting. This is the 16th year of the Elmville Farmers Market, and we're all hands on deck right now. We have the most vendors we've ever had, which is ever in the last 3 years. That we've ever had, which is exciting, live music, etc. So it's going to be a great return, and I invite council to come out and participate and support our local producers. And I'll leave it there. I have a couple more. I apologize to those that I mentioned that I would mention things, but I'll carry them over to the next one.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. So I have to speak about the medical clinic, Canada's medical clinic that will open officially June 1st, but they are open now and taking patients right now, but their clinic will open June 1st. It is a newer type of healthcare delivery that was recently approved by the Ministry of Health. And the physician that's there right now has approximately 1,000 patients rostered. He's got room for about 1,500 more. And as folks create a wait list, then they have docs that will also join under this model. So I posted some pictures, exam rooms and clinics, exam rooms, waiting room, just to show folks what it would look like. But if you are familiar with the building on Friesen Place, which is just off Sunnydale Road in Center Vespra, it was a medical clinic before. and then shut down and now has reopened. There is a pharmacy inside that is just getting retrofitted. There will be a dentist upstairs. There will be, again, more exam rooms. They're speaking about bringing in a pediatrician at this point, which is fantastic. Allied, there's a sports injury gentleman who will open an office upstairs as well. So it is accessible. There's an elevator from the first floor to the second floor and tons of parking. But I did post the phone number as well as the email. Please contact them and ask all the questions about how to get rostered and how to become a patient there. Very exciting news.
Thank you. Councillor Alexander?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So I just wanted to quickly speak. About a week and a half ago, it was the Severn Sound Environmental Champion Awards. So a shout out to all the award winners and the great speaker that we had. But I specifically wanted to call out part of the evening was the Partners in Climate Change. Sorry, I'm going to get this wrong. There's so many acronyms. You know what I mean. Renee, the PCP Awards. So in which Springwater was recognized. So Deputy CEO Ainsworth and Manager Dean were in attendance to receive an award for Springwater meeting the first milestone. So thank you so much. Director Culver, please pass on my thanks to Manager Dean. She has done so much work on this. And one of the ways I love we're getting through these milestones is this not a huge outlay of expenditure, but I believe the term that was used was one light bulb at a time. It's a great way to get us to where we need to be without having to spend a ridiculous amount of money in one lump sum. So thank you. Please pass on my thanks to her and to all the staff that have been working towards this. And I am very excited to see how we can move up these next milestones, make our way up and finish it off. So thank you.
Not seeing anything further. We can now move on to our notices of motion. Our first this evening is presented by Councillor Garwood pertaining to Elmville Groundwater Project. So at this time, I would need a seconder, Councillor Thompson, and back to Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Whereas Springwater Council through motion C660-2023 adopted on November the 15th, 2023, supported the Elmville Groundwater Project grant application to the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada, NSERC. And whereas council further directed that township staff collaborate with the project team through in-kind resources only as outlined in the draft letter of intent. And whereas for the past several years, township staff and council have been in communication with Dr. Mike Powell and Dr. William Shoddock regarding the NSERC application and the proposed Elmville Groundwater Project. And whereas it was subsequently determined that the application did not sufficiently meet the impact criteria established by the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada, resulting in the denial of the application. And whereas the Elmville Groundwater Project represents an important opportunity to further scientific understanding, environmental protection, and public confidence in the long-term sustainability of the region's groundwater resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Springwater express its concern and disappointment regarding the denial of the Elmville Groundwater Project NSERC grant application, and that Council call on all Elmville Groundwater Project partners to endorse a joint letter to the federal government outlining these concerns and advocating for greater recognition and support of community-based groundwater research initiatives, and that this letter be forwarded to the Honorable Melanie Joly, Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, the Honorable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, Doug Shipley, MP for Barrie Springwater Oromadante, and all Elmville Groundwater Project partners. Again, this is something that has come to our table sporadically over a couple years. We've seen videos, we've seen resources, we've had delegations from folks involved with this project specifically, but also the Elmville Water Foundation. Obviously, we know the incredible work that they do, and that has not just been this term. There's information that is attached to this notice of motion that speaks to advocacy and information from previous terms of councils as well. So we know it's been a long-standing matter. In my notice of motion, I do reference the partners who also signed on with a letter of intent similar to the Township of Springwater. Some of those partners are, just for instance, Beausoleil First Nations, the Canadian Museum of Water, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, Severn Sound Environmental Association, Town of Penetanguishene, Township of Ormodante, Township of Springwater, Township of Tay, Township of Tiny, just to name a few. So these are the partners of the Elmville Groundwater Project, understanding that each of those organizations and communities see a direct benefit and value in the work that Dr. Powell and Dr. Shattuck have been working towards. And we want them to join us in our concern and our frustration and communicate that back with the federal government, understanding that the Elmville Groundwater Project has been a very long-term project with thousands of hours dedicated to this. It is incredibly disappointing that this is where we are right now. So anyway, I don't have all of the answers by no means, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there is any.
Open it up for any comments or questions. Not seeing any. All those in favor? And that has carried. Now moving on to our item 13.2. This is a notice of motion being brought forward by Councillor Garwood regarding traffic calming measures. And a seconder for this, please, Councillor Fisher, and I will turn it back over to Councillor Garwood.
Whereas traffic calming and road safety are important priorities for council and residents, and whereas concerns have been raised regarding vehicle speeds, roadway safety, and pedestrian safety on residential streets, school zones, and park adjacent roadways throughout the community, and whereas the County of Simcoe has confirmed that Yonge Street South from Train Avenue to Howden Street falls within the jurisdiction of the Township of Springwater and is directly adjacent to 2 schools. And given the significant presence of students, pedestrians, and school-related traffic in the area, it should be considered for designation as a school zone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate alternative traffic calming measures permitted under the Township of Springwater's traffic calming policy, included but not limited to speed bumps, pedestrian crosswalks, and digital speed signs, and report back to council with feasible options and recommendations by July the 8th, 2026. And further, that staff investigate the requirements, legality, jurisdictional considerations, and feasibility of installing traffic calming measures within subdivisions containing unassumed roads, including a review of applicable municipal policies, liability implications, and any required approvals, and that staff be directed to outline the necessary steps, requirements, regulatory considerations, and feasibility of designating Yonge Street South from Train Avenue to Howden Street as a designated school zone, including any required signage, speed reductions, traffic control measures, and implementation considerations, and to report back to council by July the 8th, 2026. Again, there's a few things in this motion, of course. From a overall perspective, we know traffic calming is something we all receive considerable concerns from community members on, and rightfully so. I know many of us have collaborated on initiatives throughout this term so far. I know we sound like a broken record, but believing they've been quite successful. And again, I have something on that further on later on the agenda. But on this item specifically, I think when we went down the Ballard path, while maybe not everyone agrees with that path, it was a new type of traffic calming that we had brought to the municipality, and was something that was different. What else is out there? And that's really what this motion is asking, is for us to ask staff to come back with feasible options. So it's not individual members saying we should put a speed bump here. It is saying, these are the feasibility, the costs associated, the implementation requirements, timelines, considerations, speed study necessary, etc. There's so many considerations associated with many of these methods. And then the second and third pieces respectfully being the unassumed road piece. I will turn to Mayor Coughlin to speak a bit about this, because this was something that she had also brought to my attention. And the third piece was obviously the school zone on between Train and Howden. This has been one that I know many have brought forward. Councillor Alexander, I know you've had children at those schools, and so will I. So it is absolutely something that's near and dear to many of us, and hopefully we can take that step to follow correct procedure and hopefully be able to designate that as a school zone to slow some traffic down. But I'll turn it back to Mayor Colgan.
Thank you. And that portion of it is just that as we bring on new subdivisions and there is a period of time where it's not assumed by the municipality, which means that we as a council don't have the ability to just do what we. So we're just looking for some sort of policy where council can ask staff to work with throughout that. So because as development comes on, there's a lot of sometimes traffic, construction traffic as well. So it's already a difficult experience sometimes for residents. So just looking to help mitigate that. Councillor Garwood.
And further to that comment too, we know, especially with the reduction in building permits being pulled, that some of these developments are taking a bit longer than any of us had hoped, or any of the community or the developers had hoped as well. Understanding that residents that move in early on can live 6, 7, 8, 9 years in a development with an unassumed road. So this would again allow us, hopefully, the steps to be able to have a conversation effectively and not say, well, those roads aren't assumed by us, so therefore, I guess traffic calming issues don't exist there as well. When, to the mayor's point, there is large construction equipment, there is, if anything, the need for greater enhancement. Understanding we would also have to work, I'm sure, in collaboration with our developer partners across the municipality, but hoping for, as the mayor noted, a bit of a plan forward.
Councillor Fisher.
I thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Garwood, and certainly having staff explore different options over and above the bollards, which I think have been very successful, is a good initiative. What I wouldn't mind seeing is when staff do their research, if we could also talk to our first responders, police, ambulances. I know there was some talk before about them not liking certain types of traffic calming measures. I can't remember what that was, and I'm certainly not an expert on it, but if that could be looked into as well, right? Just so if we do go down that path, we're a bit more cognizant of it, but certainly I'm in support.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just for my information, is a school zone, designated school zone, the same as a community safety zone, or are they two different designations?
Director Harvey.
I assume that's being directed this way. They are not the same. Under the Highway Traffic Act, there are certain stipulations and regulations related to the two.
Not seeing anything further. All those in favor? And that has carried. We're now moving on to 13.3 and notice of motion request for traffic bollards moved by Councillor Garwood, and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Fisher. Councillor Garwood.
Whereas Council for the Township of Springwater passed Resolution C456-2025 on November the 12th, 2025, authorizing the installation of 2 additional bollards per ward in 2026, and Shaw Street and Stone Street were selected as the locations for the 2026 bollard installations in Elmville. And whereas traffic calming bollards have proven to be an effective, practical, and low-cost measure for reducing vehicle speeds and improving safety within residential neighborhoods. And whereas council has received significant public feedback and ongoing requests from residents for additional traffic calming measures on local roads experiencing persistent speeding and safety concerns. And whereas council has a responsibility to take reasonable and proactive steps to enhance roadway safety and respond to the concerns of residents within our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed, consistent with council's direction through Resolution C456-2025, to install additional traffic calming bollards at the following locations: William Street, Graham Street, Allenwood Drive, Nash Avenue, and Centennial Avenue in the vicinity of Homer Barrett Park. Again, back to the bollard conversation, I won't get into the specifics of the data too much, but we do, and we have seen a significant reduction in speed in locations that have the bollards comparative to those that do not. I believe the data was in the realm of 14% speed reduction, give or take, which I think is an absolute positive. For the relative low cost associated with the installation of the bollards and understanding that they are installed and removed twice a year during the start and the end of the season, these bollards have continued to be, in my perspective, quite popular in the Elmville community. Understanding today there are 7 bollards in existence in Ward 1. And we have made some significant progress across the municipality. I know wards 4 and 5 as well have seen many bollards. While not everyone agrees with them, I understand that perspective. And I was the one that did say before that I didn't want to do exactly what I'm doing here right now, which is asking for more. But at the same time, understanding that people have seen the success of them and in significant conversations with staff, this is the most appropriate method to ensure that council is supportive of the initiative. So again, happy to answer any questions if there is any.
Comments or questions? Councillor Moore and Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, just a quick question. Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Councillor Garwood. Is this part of the budget that we set aside at budget time for the bollards? I think it was $10,000 per ward, something to that effect. Is this part of that or extra?
CO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The previous motion was an additional 2 bollards per ward for an additional budgetary request of $10,000. Though that money is still available to the wards who might not have selected bollard locations. This would be in addition to that cost. So if all wards did select 2 bollards, this would be a variance to that budget line item. If there are some wards that have not selected bollard locations or will not be, these bollards would be applied to that account and it would be adjusted. So until we know all of the bollards that would be requested through the first motion from council, we wouldn't be too sure exactly where that would land, but it would be through the same operating account.
Councillor Fisher.
A question and then a statement. I don't know who I would direct this to, but what is the average cost of a set of bollards? Maybe Director Harvey, I'm assuming. Off the top of your head.
Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to council. It's in the $1,000 to $1,200 range. So as per the CAO outlined, the previous direction covered those with those costs as the additional 2 per ward. So my understanding would this would be on top of that until such time as there's been direction as to them not being applied in certain wards.
Follow on.
Typically I'd say outside of budget. Typically I would say that, but I have to say these have been really excellent for Midhurst, and I know other wards as well. As a matter of fact, there were some naysayers in the beginning, and I actually find people have really, now that they've shown up again, people really do like them. I also have to point out too that it might be $1,000 to $1,200, but these aren't disposable. You know, they're probably going to last for a number of years. I'm probably going to estimate 5 to 10 years. I would think they're pretty hard plastic and they're reusable. So really, if you look at it over 10-year period, you're really like 100 and 120 a year. So I would support this, and I would actually ask that 2 other locations be added to Midhurst as well, if possible, if you're amenable to that, Councillor Garwood. But no, I think these are great. And to echo Councillor Garwood's point, they're highly cost effective and they achieve exactly, I don't think you can see a 10 to 14% reduction in speed for that type of price. So,
And the proposed friendly amendment.
sorry, one on Green Pine and the other on Frid, and I can show you where on Green Pine there's an S-bend, and another one on Frid between Midvis and Silverwood. I can show you as well.
You're fine with that? Not seeing anything further. Clerk has made note of the friendly amendment. All those in favor? And that has carried. We're now moving on to 13.4. This is annual conference and training allowance moved by Councillor Thompson, and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Garwood. Councillor Thompson.
The council amend the current annual conference and training allowance from $2,000 to $4,000 per councillor, and that council requests this increase be reflected in future budgets. So the genesis of this motion was really in light of Councillor Moore's comments last council meeting when she requested someone to attend the Ramadella Quarry Matters, and Councillor Garwood stepped up and offered to go. Oftentimes, he's gone to these conferences on his own dime. He's done a great job for our township and for taxpayers. He's done 3 delegations to the Ministry of Health, or led 3 delegations. He's led 2 delegations to the Ontario Medical Association. We're finally seeing some success there. We're getting more primary care closer to home. And again, as I said, often he has done these at his own expense. I think it's reasonable as taxpayers that we support councillors for going to these and representing us. This $4,000 amount would cover registration, transportation, and lodging at 2 conferences. We currently have an annual budget between the mayor and the deputy mayor and 5 councillors, about $19,000. We've only over the last 3 years used half of that. So I would hope that we'd be able to support this so that all members of council would have within the budget the opportunity to go at taxpayers' expense to both of these councils to represent our community.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just 2 points. Last meeting, I spoke with Councillor Garwood before we had that conversation, so I knew he was already attending AMO. And did ask him ahead of time if he would mind to represent us there, and he said he would, no problem. My second point, though, is like we just spoke of, if there is an account that has additional funds in it that are not being used, why can't that councillor that maybe is wanting to go to AMO use the funds that are in that account that potentially are not being used by another councillor? Why could I not just give my funds to Councillor Garwood?
CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. That is quite possible. It should be a council direction to transfer the funds because the amount is specified per ward councillor and deputy mayor and mayor. That is absolutely quite possible, but a direction of council for staff would be required.
Do that. Follow on.
Thank you. I'm certainly happy to put that direction forward. And I think moving into the future, potential new council, potential new budget, obviously there will be a new budget. This can be incorporated into the budget at that time, but for now, I'm happy to just send my funds over to Councillor Garwood.
We're just going to, without knowing exactly what's in, Councillor Thompson, back to your, no, I have had Councillor Garwood's hand up for, sorry, I do apologize. I will come right back.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just listening to the conversation, I would like this to be more of a broad perspective, Councillor Moore. That's very kind, thank you. But I think it shouldn't just be focused on one member. So my hope would be that if that amendment could be brought forward, is that that is the case. Again, should any other member as well choose to participate in a conference, whether it be this year or moving forward, understanding next year and beyond can be a part of the 27 budget, that is fine. But I think that if there are members in general that are choosing not to participate or unable to participate in sort of a conference, that can be communicated to township staff and that the available resources can be redistributed. I just didn't want it to be focused on one specific person because I'm not asking for that, right? So I just want that to be very clear that the reality is I did advocate for something very similar a couple of years ago. I brought forward a motion in a similar fashion to increase the conference and training allowance budget. I also should note, I don't have the name of the budget actually allocated right now, but council does also have a secondary budget as well that is available for communication in the public, golf tournaments, different type of opportunities. That also significantly sits unutilized sometimes. So maybe that this opens up a conversation that both of those policies or those accounts need to be fully reviewed, and that those resources can be pooled should members choose to not utilize them. Thank you.
I have Counselor Thompson, then Counselor Fisher.
Thank you. One of the issues why there is a surplus is that each counselor has an allocation of $2,000. So if you've attended a conference already this year, that most of your money is used up already. But both the mayor and the deputy mayor allocated $4,500 a year, and they usually go on the county's dime. So that from what I've been able to ascertain is that money is rarely used, and so that's why there's a surplus. So my idea is, I think it's just as important for a counselor to go to one of these conferences as it is for the mayor or deputy mayor. We all need the education. We all need to be there building relationships with our MPP and our MPs. We all have a voice here at this council, and I think as a taxpayer, I would like my counselor to have that option to go and to receive that education and to receive that training and to be there to represent me. So I agree with Councillor Garwood. I would like it to be kind of for each counselor to have an increased budget.
Counselor Fisher.
Thank you. I don't entirely disagree. It's something I wouldn't mind exploring. I think frankly, this late in our tenure, our term, I would like to see this go to the next council, right? They can decide what to do with it. It's a matter of months left for us guys. So I think that particularly when it's out of budget, we should really adhere to the budget, and the next council should be bringing this forward. So I couldn't vote on it tonight.
Counselor Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I'm of a similar thought. I would be happy with a staff report back regarding how we're distributing these funds, like whatever the fair way is to do it, that we currently have. If they're unused, if they're sitting unused, then I think it is a great opportunity to allow another council member to use them. I think with respect to increasing the funds, I would prefer to see that at budget time and with what could be a new council up here making that decision. But I would be happy to support a staff report back on different options, as well as if there are remaining funds in that for this year, if people want to use those funds, I'm comfortable with that. I'm just not comfortable doubling the cost at this point.
CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The council remuneration and expense policy is what provides the procedures regarding council conferences, training, the $1,000 discretionary amount for golf tournament registrations and whatnot. Based on the comments, there could be an amendment that comes forward to council to permit the transfer of one member's council training budget allocation to another member, as well as some permitted uses regarding possible alternate uses of the council discretionary fund, that $1,000 that's appointed to each member. That could be an interim measure that would allow that flexibility, and staff could propose procedures as the member providing the transfer provides it in writing, it's kept on record. There could be other limitations that council might deem necessary as well. That I would recommend as an interim measure. It would not see the change of the budget, but would provide council with that flexibility.
Counselor Thompson.
My only concern in leaving it for the next council is that Roma comes up in January. The new council is going to be elected. They're going to be in place in November, and they're not likely to have enough time to get a new policy in place. And I don't think this is a lot of money. And I see what Councillor Garwood, he's really been the hero for us for healthcare in Springwater. And I see what he's been able to accomplish. And I would like to see councillors going to these conferences, getting the education, meeting with these ministries, and doing the work that we're really supposed to be doing.
Counselor Thompson, would you be amendable then to have staff report in Q1 to the new council of options available to them? And then that way it's not that it's never easy to have that conversation about increasing your own whichever. So I think if it's already with direction to come back to council, the conversation can happen. Counselor Garwood, and sorry, both of them together so that we can, as a team, utilize the funds that have already been there, but then have it report back to next council for any budget changes to the line item. Councillor Garwood?
Absolutely. And I think that is exactly the purpose of this. Understanding the original direction is to double the resources that are being applied. At the end of the day, if we're taxing residents and the money is just going back into the general coffers, then they should be utilized for the purpose in which they were taxed, right? I'm a big believer of that. So I think that's a very fair path, as the CAO has outlined, regarding the ability to transfer and again, actually see the benefits of the dollars that we're taxing residents without taxing them further. I love it.
Deputy Cabral?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just quick comment on that. I think the reallocation is an opportunity that probably should have been addressed maybe at some point in the past. To Councillor Thompson's point. However, when Councillor Thompson did say that it was a significant percentage was not being utilized, that really kind of was to suggest to us that there might be an opportunity to transfer when it's amicable between councillors or the deputy mayor to transfer the funds. However, I don't worry too much about enrollments at the beginning of the year. There's already money in there for the next council to go to that. So I think a report's more than adequate going forward from now, in my opinion anyway, but thank you.
We do have an amendment here that council amend the council remuneration and expense policy as follows: to permit transfer of one member's council training budget allocation to another member, and that the motion now before, and that a report on, how do I say that, like actual budget increases be presented in Q1 27. Pretty clear? Councillor Garwood?
Just one suggestion: instead of increases, maybe amendments, because there might actually not be an increase to the budget. It might just be a further refining of the existing budget.
And that a report be brought forward in Q1 of 27 regarding potential changes. CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So with this, as the council remuneration and expense policy is a council approved policy, what would follow this amendment is the next meeting, staff would bring forward that amended policy for council to fully consider. So it would be a two-part process. You would be able to see exactly the conditions and provisions that staff would recommend be included in the policy.
And we have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Moore. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor? And that has carried. And back to the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that has carried. We are now moving on to 13.5, a notice of motion regarding housing enabling infrastructure and opportunities for support. This is moved by Councillor Fisher, and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Moore. Councillor Fisher?
Whereas the Township of Springwater has identified the need to support and construct construction of new housing to accommodate current and future growth, and whereas housing enabling infrastructure, including but not limited to water, wastewater, and transportation's infrastructure, is required to facilitate growth, and whereas the cost of constructing and expanding infrastructure continues to increase, placing financial pressure on the municipality, and whereas reliance on development charges and property taxation to fund housing enabling infrastructure may impact affordability for both new and existing residents, and whereas senior levels of government and alternative delivery models may provide opportunities to support the financing and delivery of infrastructure, now therefore be it resolved that one, staff directed staff be directed to research and prepare a report on available programs and tools to support the construction of new housing through investments in housing enabling infrastructure. Two, that such a report include, but not be limited to, an evaluation of Build Ontario Fund, public utility models, relevant federal and provincial infrastructure funding programs, including the Canada-Ontario Partnership to Build initiatives and development charge-related incentives or reductions, and Build Communities Strong Fund. Three, that staff evaluate and provide recommendations on the applicability, benefit, limitations, and eligibility requirements associated with each identified funding mechanism and delivery model, and that staff report back with options, analysis, and recommendation for council's consideration at the September 2nd, 2026 council meeting. I think we all know that growth is slowing, and I personally and many residents fear major projects like the Hub or Craig Road are falling behind. So this is a way for our staff to look, and I know that's why it's a September 2nd meeting. It's not in a week, that they're given lots of leeway to investigate these different funding mechanisms. I believe it's truly imperative, particularly in our post-annexation world that we live in right now, that funding and growth is at the forefront. We really need to invest in it. So hopefully I have your support in this.
Comments or questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor? That has carried. Are there any additional notices of motion? Councillor Moore.
Thank you. So I believe then at this juncture, we need to waive procedural bylaw so we can put a notice of motion without notice on the floor regarding the bylaw, potential to create a bylaw regarding the Lewis Pit. How we're going to word that. Did you create something? Thank you.
Seconder for the suspension, Councillor Fisher. All those in favor? That is carried. Just second. So we have a motion before us here, moved by Counselor Moore. And I seconded by Counselor Fisher. My apologies. Oh.
Draft motion that council hereby requests legal advice from Weir Folds related to enforcement options surrounding the OLT order for the Lewis Pit.
Say head nods. Comments, questions? All those in favor? That has carried. So we'll have to waive procedure at the beginning of the next meeting then. Can a meeting start after? We're not going to hit the 11 o'clock that we have now, so special meeting. So we'll do it in this. Thank you. Any additional items for future sorry. Any additional notices of motion? Not seeing any items for future consideration. Not seeing any. We're moving on now to item 15.1. Mover and seconder for our bylaws, please. Councilors Thompson and Fisher, that the bylaw listed herein be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. 2026-043, and this is our levy and tax rates. 2026-044, reduction of speed limit. 2026-045, this is OP 2025-001, Vesper Hills Development. 5,417 ZB 2025-005, Vesper Hills Development. Any questions on the bylaws? All those in favor? And that has carried. A mover and seconder for the confirmation bylaw, please. I have Councillor Moore and Councillor Alexander that bylaw 2026-046 to confirm and adopt the proceedings of council at the regular meeting held on June 3rd, 2026, listed here and be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. All those in favor? And that has carried. A mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting, please. I have Councillor Fisher and Councillor Moore that the regular meeting of the Township of Springwater does now adjourn at 10:45 p.m. to meet again in regular meeting on June 17th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you.